Okay. Last we left off, having sent out Gammas Reedon on a sort of espionage mission to the Jemison Center, particularly the government building. Uh, the what was it called? The Glass Palace. Try to get information on any of the council members, any inns. What's the deal? Any sort of defensive measures, everything. Have you some paid there? Chris, you were still in the market, and just kind of legitimately this time minding your own business before two ruffians tried to accost you and try to blackmail you. You, being a good, law-abiding Second Amendment wizard, cast Thunderstep, which caused enough of commotion to kind of get you in hot water a little bit. Trying to escape you via magical means and everything. You eventually got stopped dead by a strange, I believe, gnomish man who just had a bunch of miniature beholders in jars, one of which he was using to, like, weaponized one to essentially cancel out your magic, turning your mighty archmage self into a guy. As a result, you got captured somewhat, and were about to have your kneecaps broken before you used the vestige of divinity within you to render a good amount of people around you instantly unconscious, giving you enough time to escape. In the meantime, Riley, you were having a pretty successful venture into the fishmongering business, kind of overtaking the stall, or renting out unfairly a stall from a woman who, seeing the success over the past couple of hours of your enterprise, kind of took inspiration from it seemingly, and might start an enterprise of her own later on, having a bunch of advertising ideas for such. And Zero, you're talking to and getting to know a little bit more intimately the inner workings of the Faceless and that little their operation, their guild, and just seeing their talents and some such. Some are illusion mages, some are just good thieves, some are muscle straight up, and some are just really scary seemingly. And then you walk into the undermarket and find a bunch of unconscious people with a bunch of broken kneecaps. But eventually, one by one, you all reconvene in the big purse, where you find the enterprising Riley. The plans, as far as I'm aware, is to just kind of spend some time to just kind of mill about, wait for the information to get back to you, and in doing so, you went to go find a place to stay. Going to the Golden Gala, one of the only good safe havens you can find, for sure. And about this, as pricey as they are, you rented out rooms, which seems to have been sequestered somewhere into like a teleportation circle somewhere, not sure where, with an illusory glass window that is just magic. It's not actually projecting anything, or it is projecting something, just not the outside world, the real one at least. Some find comfort in each other, some find comfort in drink. Riley and Zia seemingly sharing the room and just taking in the small comfort of each other's company as best they can. Everyone else jammed to a single room after a very rambunctious drinking contest. And Chris in the fireplace, meditating there. Eventually everyone passes out, to some varying degree. But that is where we pick up in the morning after drinking and feelings. We'll start with Chris, actually, because this is of importance to you. Chris, you're in the flames. You're in the fireplace. You don't sleep, as we all know, but you do not quite visions, but your mind wanders elsewhere. While you're in the flames with your new eye that you managed to, you plucked from an old man earlier, there's a moment just as you're waking up. The eve, as the artificial dawn is coming through the window. You open your eyes, sensing the light, the morning sun entering the room, beginning to warm everything. The very spacious hotel room you've booked with tall windows, big bed, and a lot of gilded gold furniture. You open your eyes, you see the sun, but not this same sun. It's strange. One half of your face, the one with your real eye, sees the room. The other one sees an almost mockery of the room, like a facade, but everything is brimstone, fire. The gold wood furniture with the black furniture with gold inlays in it is charred to like a gray ashy, like soot texture. The floor is just black brimstone with embers kind of creeping through. Some pools of magma begin to leak through like pus. You see your companions just fine. They're, normal. They're not on fire. And then half your vision begins to subside, the fire half, as the room returns to normalcy. But you feel like you're absorbed something in that process. You feel your strength return, both figuratively and mechanically. Your strength is now back to normal. If you remember what it was last time.
Let's see. I think it was just 0.
Okay. It's not a minus anymore.
Sorry, 10.
Yeah. I mean, 0 modifier. We got it. As your vision begins to the flaming interior of this room begins to subside as normal vision takes over, you feel your muscles begin to flare with energy that they haven't had in a couple days. You were feeling really lethargic and just real twig-like, but it's almost you begin to absorb this brimming, thrumming energy as all your muscles begin to like twitch at a speed they haven't ever been. Like you just have this pent up energy you just need to get out. But it depends if you want to hold on to that feeling or not. Either way, your body is restored.
Back to normal.
Yeah. This warmth kind of radiates throughout your every being, every physical aspect of you. And then you're back. As if the wish didn't happen. But other than that, you all wake up relatively undisturbed. Okay. But who would like to do anything? Where would you like to go? Who would you like to talk to? What are your plans?
Reconvene and get to business.
Okay, what is business?
Staking out the Platinum Council or speaking to them.
Yeah, I think we need to go back and I can cast sending and see if Poe is done. And then we need to go talk with Poe.
Sounds good.
Okay. Who would like to send Poe?
I can. I'm trying to load up my page. Hold on.
I'll be right back real quick.
Okay.
I'm wondering if I got all my resources back. I did not.
Yeah.
Let's fix that.
Everyone get along with us.
Oh, I also need to get rid of this. forgot I had temp HP. Get my spell slots back.
Okay, yeah, so I will use a spell slot to send to Poe and just be like, what's the status on the job?
Okay. You don't get a response immediately, and you don't get a response for a little bit, but then eventually you do. It takes a little bit. Yeah, sorry about that. Put on the charm. Might be a few more hours. Check in back at midnight, and we'll have a discussion on options.
I will send to him again and say, do you need assistance? We're in town.
Assistance? No, not yet. Might have a side gig for you to do. Depends on how you want to get in.
Yippee! Side gig, yippee! Sorry, that was not a character. Zero would never say that.
Zero whispers it very politely under their breath. Claudine with high passive perception hears it.
Zero would never say that. Yippee wahoo.
Yippee.
That is not true to my characters. Zero would never say yippee wahoo. But I don't know. Does this inn got breakfast or nothing like that?
Yeah. Complimentary with your room, actually. There is
cereal and sausage rounds.
Yeah. Sausage rounds, one piece of toast, unbuttered.
I'd like one room temperature Pop-Tart, please.
And they will accommodate you if that is your desire.
Yeah, juice that is more pulp than juice.
Get a glass of
An
pulp
orange
with
with
juice
a
in it.
straw in it.
Pulp. Pulp's a great word, and it's awful. But there is to describe the contents of the room, it is a pretty large chamber. It's a single room. Bed right at the far center of it, up against the wall. Double bed. There's a mattress in yours, Zero, because you were sleeping. You're bumming on the floor. Large window to the left. That is illusory, apparently. Tables and chairs to the right. I believe is a fireplace to the back left corner, but near the back center where you guys came in, basically, is a teleportation circle and also a rope nearby that, like, I think connects to a bell near the ceiling. So if you would like room service, there's a right rope for you to pull.
I don't think I need room service or nothing.
Okay. Then breakfast will not come to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got confused. Then sure, I'll pull the thing. I'll call for room service.
Yeah. As you call for room service, you see the same kind of raven-haired human woman in the suit show up. Yes. How can I assist you today?
I will just look at her and go, food? Food?
Of course. She takes out a little notepad. What are we in the mood for today?
I look to Claudine.
Claudine says, let's go rabbit. Of course. Potatoes, too. Boiled or baked? Baked, I guess. Very well. She kind of looks at the rest of you.
I then look at Nyx.
Do you have any more of that same wine? Yes, I believe we have a few more bottles. Will that be all? Yep.
I'm gonna turn to the lady and say, she'll take a stack of hotcakes, please.
Of course. What cakes?
And 2 eggs and some sausage.
Would you like to see it with us as well?
Of course you would.
Came back in.
Okay.
Chris inserting himself into the conversation.
Fully on fire. There's a raven-haired woman, the same human woman you saw that was kind of assisting you the last time, like a black and gold suit, with jacket and pants. It's kind of taking orders for breakfast as she kind of turns towards you, exiting out of the fire, gleaming at her with one glowing orange eye. And what can I get you, sir?
I'm feeling like a nice hot breakfast.
All right, we have a variety of soups, tomato and meat-based as well. Or are you looking for something more solid?
You said you had something more meat-based?
A soup, but we also have a wide variety of food items here. I'm sure we can accommodate something.
Sure, I'll have the soup.
All right.
Extra spicy.
Okay. Who else is on this room? I think that's it for this room, yeah. Yeah, the 4 of you. And she kind of
I
dots
haven't
the...
put in my order, gosh.
Oh, terribly sorry.
Yeah, the order I put in, that was for Nyx. I'm gonna look at Nyx as I ordered it for her, like squint at her because she's over here trying to drink wine for breakfast. And for me, I'll tell the lady, just bring me a bunch of fruit.
A medley, I'm assuming, or do you have anything particular?
Exotic fruit.
Exotic, okay. Very well. She dots the last dot on the notepad. She just throws it into the teleportation circle and just waits. The notepad just disappears into a golden light as it does. And like 20 seconds later, all your food, hotcakes and eggs and bacon, maple syrup, like a fruit basket of a variety of fruit, actually. There's like fruits you've never seen. There's a purple spiky one that looks particularly interesting to you. Yeah, the immediate waft of like a warm soup, and the like scent of like chilies and like whatever like herb-based seasoning they put on the top hits you immediately. It's probably the most like strong smelling thing they could bring, and also just like a seasoned rabbit leg and some baked potatoes for Claudian. A poor girl's breakfast. Girl dinner. Yeah, as like 3 attendants lay them out like beautifully on the table and like adorn it with cutlery and everything, also gold, or at least gold plated.
Am I back to normal health?
Yeah, you took a long rest, so everything.
Okay.
Yeah. I forgot what the fuck happened to you. Why did you get so damaged again? I don't remember. You did get hit by a thing.
Riley took damage too, and I don't remember how.
I don't remember either. Maybe that was
I think
before.
someone hit me.
Someone hit you at some point. Okay. Yeah, but the food's all laid out. Riley, you don't wake up because you never sleep, but you do feel the like warm hands of someone in your bed kind of slip off you, which kind of arouses you from your meditation.
Right. He'll just say, "Good morning."
Good morning. Yeah.
And I will immediately cast tongues to just move things along faster.
Guten Morgen.
Chris
I
shows
can't.
up.
We wouldn't even be able to say that because it would just get auto translated.
That's true. Yeah. There is a like ephemeral beauty in the current moment, Riley, as you quote unquote wake up and you see both, but yeah, Zia, a like someone you found in a literal hole in the wall without skin only a couple like weeks ago. And right now is in a warm bed with the like yeah, early morning sun like shining through, just illuminating like part of her face. There is a yeah, there's this weird, not weird, but like this fleeting moment of artistry, I should say. I think.
Well, compliments to the dimension builders here. They know how to get your good angles.
Yeah, she kind of just smiles softly. Yeah, just kind of rolls out of bed, just kind of throwing the gold sheets off. And as she does, she kind of says, I'm not sure if I know anything about that. But thank you.
Shit, I have no idea. Riley's gonna look around the room and see if there's anything he didn't notice previous.
Make a perception check.
Perception.
Perception. Looking around. What's your passive? Like 26?
27, I think.
27. God. Okay.
Yeah, 27.
Looking around, looking for anything out of the ordinary. You've been told these rooms are minimum like anti-scrying, like and silenced at least. You're not sure how that's achieved. You're not sure whether that's just because you're so far out of range no one can hear you. Not sure. In the immediate surroundings, at least, you're pretty confident that nothing has changed. In this current moment, you feel confident that everything is as it was when you went to sleep. Seems secure at the moment.
Alright, I'll turn to Zia. Do you want to head out immediately or bask in this a little bit longer?
I think she gets dressed. Mostly just puts on like the outer layers and just, gets to traveling like gear as she kind of goes to the window and just kind of looks out into a endless sky, which is the yellow-orange sun is kind of gleaming through. I know the world has a time limit right now, but in this moment I am in no rush.
Nor am I. In terms of personal preparation, I feel like we've done all we can.
Yeah, she kind of turns around and leans against the window, kind of like pondering. I'm no grand strategist, but what else is there to do?
Zero wants to see if the Platinum Council figure anything out. Alert them at the very least, see if they'll take it seriously. I can't imagine it hasn't caught their attention, what's going on at the Hall of the Ten anyway. So, I don't know how far we're going to get with this, but it was enough of a concern for Zero to invest a hefty sum of gold into.
More. Either way, what is coming affects all of us. So, more people in power know about it, the better.
Yeah, their reaction doesn't really matter all that much. Whether it's indifference, unbelieving, or even if they start preparing.
And what about after?
Well, I've got a ship down in Golmud. assuming it survives any barrage, and even if it doesn't, I'm a salvager. I can fix it.
A ship may be useful to... We cannot be everywhere at once, and more skilled hands traveling around, the better.
As sad as it is, I do believe that after this, the permanent union of the Zodiacs may come to an end.
It's a good place to...
Zero is still going to be on the to-visit list, I believe, though. Chris will find his way back into our lives, whether we want him to or not.
Yeah, she kind of chuckles at the comment. Yes, you have amassed the interesting group. A bit of a...
We never got... Janna didn't end up in Narset at all, right? That was after?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, did we bring Zia to the receiver's base? I forget.
I think so, at least once or twice.
Okay. Yeah, she's been... Oh, you were gonna say?
I don't recall, actually.
Shit. Something
That's a good
about...
point.
Yeah, Chris.
Oh, yeah. He's
Chris,
a bit of
interesting group. Yeah, she was gonna say something.
a bit of a hellion, that one. In some ways admirable. When it is not backfiring.
I don't really know what he's thinking, gouging out his eye. But it worked out.
It did. I don't think his heart is in the wrong place.
His
head.
heart isn't. No, his head is absolutely in the wrong place and will continue to be until he meets his end.
Not a bad way to go, I don't think. It is easy to get complacent. So, having spontaneity to do anything you wish is actually it could be construed as a blessing.
Well, his previous gods seem to think so, and now that he has taken up the mantle, he seeks to embody that himself.
Do you think he will succeed?
It's not about whether I think he will. It's about whether he thinks he will.
If that is the metric, then I think he will.
It seems all but inevitable, which is exactly why I say he'll find a way.
Well, godhood is for another day. Today we have breakfast.
Ooh, what's on the menu?
I don't actually know.
Riley did not look for room service. Did he notice anything that says room service?
There's a big old rope attached to a bell.
Do you think this would do it? Points at rope and bell.
If it doesn't, then at least it would make a nice sound.
Riley rings the bell.
Yeah, and you see
That bell, not the other one.
Yeah, you hit your head as hard as you can against the wall. Yeah, and you see a raven-haired woman, human, and same suit, walk in. Yes, how may I assist today?
I forget. Did our room also come with board?
Yes, of course, for the day and night, as long as you have paid.
Oh, perfect. Turns to Zia. All right, what do you want?
What is a local delicacy you have here? The woman thinks for a moment. I don't believe Abetha's delicacies exist. Though we can have nice assortment of meats and crackers, which I don't believe many cultures partake in. Perhaps that, then. A charcuterie board. Very well. And what for you, sir?
think a nice sugary coffee will do. I'll share the board.
Very well. Would you like milk with this? Cream?
Yes.
How many?
He'll turn to Zia. How many do you think we had up north?
Maybe just go... 5 seems a good round number.
Let's go with 5.
Okay. Very well. And she just yeets the notebook into the teleportation circle, disappears into a flitters of gold light, and she just stands there patiently for about 10 seconds as a nice hot coffee gets presented to you by an attendant, along with just a wooden platter full of just skewers and meats and cheeses and olives and such. The attendants leave as she is about to step through. Is there anything else I can offer you?
I suppose fetch us when our other party is ready as well.
Very well. As she just steps through the teleportation circle, disappears. And you and Zia partake of small meats, cheese, and coffee in the morning. Not a bad breakfast. Small, light. Better than travel rations and hardtack.
Focused, purposeful.
Very demure, very mindful. The other group, Chris and Zero and Co, the same woman walks in. Your companion in the other room has advised me to inform him of when you are ready to depart. So, when you're ready to leave, please ring the bell once more. And she just leaves again. Cool. But you all finish up breakfast and...
Yep.
Okay.
Finish it.
One of you slaps the bell. As the attendant goes to fetch you, Riley. As you all step through the teleportation circles and disappear into flits of golden light, you all reappear in that same kind of sequestered hallway hidden away from the rest of the main, I guess, floor of the building of the Golden Gallo. With that same attendant just standing there awaiting your arrival. As you all reconvene once more.
Alright, Zero, you have any updates on today's mission?
I checked in with him. He said that he would need a couple more hours until he's ready to meet up with us. He also mentioned something about a side gig. I don't know what he meant by that, but I guess we'll find out eventually. So we have a couple hours to go. Don't know what we want to do with that information. What else could we get done today? I have some teleportation to work with.
Well, if we're talking across the entire continent, that opens up many options.
I mean, yeah, is there anything major that needs attention?
Did Riley ever actually make it to Dusamar? He went there with Yule to drop him off, right? And then pivot to Goldmud?
Yes, basically. You only visited once, if I recall. And that was to drop
Okay, that was
off.
like that was a year ago. Okay.
Yeah.
And the only thing I can think of is Dusamar, but that's a little bit out of the way.
Simon, can you go to the big map?
Yes, I can do that.
How far are we from Dusamar? It's not that far, right? It's north?
So it would be a few days' travel.
I think it's south.
It's about northwest from here.
Correct.
Yeah, just a bit northwest.
Oh, I thought I was thinking of Noria for some reason.
Yeah, I think Riley was also there too. Very briefly, but yeah.
Yeah, we just walked in. That's sort of, well, because like I went back to Haura, and then from Haura went to Noria. Wait, why did he go back to Haura? I forget. Maybe just to check in. Or yeah, to meet up Yule. That's what it was. Okay, yeah. Then we went here, and then from there, dropped Yule off here. That's where the big fuck you laser beam is, and then he went back to Goldmud.
Yeah, and Yule's been there for a while, and apparently has ingratiated himself with the locals at this point, so...
Yeah. He is to Dusamara what Riley is to Golmud, essentially.
Somewhat, to a lesser scale, but yeah.
To a lesser scale, but yeah.
Like the clique he runs with at least knows him, so...
And the clique he runs with also knows what's going on there.
Well.
Probably, maybe, I don't know. Maybe he didn't share that.
He knows what's going on there, at the very least. You're
Yep.
sure of that much. You're not sure how much he's divulged to other people.
Fair enough, that. Mills, what are you writing?
His hit list.
It's the tower.
Okay, I see. That makes sense.
Oh, that's what you put it.
It's true.
Do you want me to make it a different color? It's easier to see.
Yeah, I can make it a different color.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, but you have a couple of hours to kill. Up to you how meaningful you want to spend it, or you can just fast forward to midnight if you don't want to do anything.
Midnight, isn't it? That's more than a few hours. Holy shit.
You got the day, yeah.
Alright, yeah, well, if that's the case... I mean, what's this side gig? You didn't hear anything else about that?
No. I asked him something to the effect of if he needed help. He said, first of all, he took a long time to get back to me, and then he said, give him a couple hours. I asked him if he needed assistance because we were in town. He said no, but he might have a side gig.
Now then. Zia, would you like to hit the town meanwhile, then? We've explored the north. How about the south? There's the expensive people district that we haven't seen.
With you, of course.
Well, you guys know where to find us if we get information on that gig.
Gotcha.
We're gonna go enjoy ourselves meanwhile.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Riley, you begin to walk out of the Golden Gala as you see a bunch of attendants. The place is relatively empty now in the morning. Unlike some other bars, there's not like just unconscious people sleeping here. It's mainly staff during this hour. Not sure why. Could be a number of reasons. There you see a couple people still tables and everything, just public tables. Make a perception check.
Sure. I see everything. I'm locked the fuck in.
Make an insight check.
Sure. Insight. That one there.
Okay.
Less locked in.
Yeah. You are sure of one thing. You're not sure why. As you're leaving, there's not a whole lot of patrons left, but there's a couple. You see one, looks to be a dwarvish man, totally clean shaven, very clean looking. He's just kind of sitting there, in like a suit, bow tie and everything. It looks like he's gonna be like out on town or ready for like a really expensive date or something. Just kind of sitting at a table by himself. That is not the thing that catches your eye. Because you see one other person there as well. Human man, also just sitting there minding his own business. The one that catches your eye is there is a elvish woman off in the corner somewhere, which is where all skulky people like to hang out, staring at your group as you're kind of leaving. That
An
much is
elvish
very certain.
woman.
Yeah. She has very lithe, very, very thin. Not unnaturally so, but notably very skinny. Yeah, very long, noticeably elvish ears with like a bunch of like jewelry kind of dangling off of one ear specifically into this complex weave, like this cobweb-like weave of jewelry. Just platinum blonde, almost just like white, long hair that just kind of dangles freely. And she's kind of dressed like a very simple but very glittery black dress. And she is notably looking at you and looking at your party.
Does that description fit the profile of anybody from Riley's past?
No, not really.
Like perhaps anybody from Despera? No? Okay.
Nope.
Alright. Before we hit the town then, Riley will approach and he'll just say to Zia, something strange about that woman. So he'll approach and he'll begin in Elvish. Do we have quarrel with you?
She kind of stares at you. You all hear this, weirdly. But she stares at you, Riley, as the rest of you aren't really... You see Riley walk up to this woman, but not sure why. You all hear the words in your head, without her saying anything out loud. No, actually, the opposite.
Okay, interesting. He'll continue in Elvish. So, how may we help you then?
Again, you all hear in your head. Oh, you can't. Just curiosity. Fancy meeting you here. Fancy meeting you.
Does she fit the description of anyone on the Platinum Council that we know of?
You've been told there's at least one elf on the Platinum Council, but I believe that was a male.
Well, I believe introductions are in order. And now he'll switch to common. I'm Riley. You may already know that.
I do.
Who might you be?
What are the rest of y'all doing while this is happening, by the way? You are hearing at least one half of this conversation.
I'm looking around.
Yeah, you see Riley just kind of walk up to this woman and begin talking. You can hear in Elvish a little bit what's going on, but then you're not sure why he did that, but he walked up to someone.
Oh wait,
Any...
Riley wouldn't know that everybody else can hear this as well, right?
No, you just hear in your head.
Is there any other people like looking at us?
No, not really. I mean, other than attendants, but like, that's staff stuff.
Can I speak to them alone? Like, I mean, like in my head.
You want to try?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay. What do you say?
Where do you come from?
Okay. You all hear that in your head.
We hear Chris say that?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
She looks at you, Chris, like direct eye contact with you. And she sort of goes, oh, where I'm from is not nearly as interesting as I believe where we're going to go.
Well, let's slow down. Again, introductions, yes?
Zero, what are you doing? Was Misty here actually?
I think I need a refresher on what's happening because I stepped away for 2 seconds to give Jagger food because he was crying. What? I heard the beginning of this conversation with this woman and Riley. What? Who is? I know we don't know who this
We
is.
don't
But
know.
where
We
did?
don't know.
Where did? I know. I'm saying where are we right now?
We're
We're
still
in the
inside
lobby.
the Golden Gallo, of the
Yeah.
lobby of the Golden Gallo.
And how did this conversation start?
Because this woman has been staring at us.
And I remember I heard you say, "Can we help you?" Is that how you started it?
Yeah.
Can you describe her to me again?
She's a very lithe, like thin elvish woman, like platinum blonde hair, near white and silvery, very long elvish ears, even for normal elven standards, and has one ear just full of dangling jewelry that kind of interweave into like a web-like structure, wearing a very simple black but glittery dress.
Do I recognize her at all?
No, not really. Yeah, and
Do I know if this is?
as Chris was like thinking, you're hearing this conversation in your head, by the way, Zero. As Chris thought something to respond, you also heard Chris's voice in your head.
Do I know if this is some sort of spell that she's using?
Make an Arcana check. Elements of it, you're not sure entirely, because the effects aren't 100% consistent. But telepathy could be a spell that this is, but that's pretty high level, and also I think requires the participants to be willing. She kind of just invaded your head to do this, so it could be that, it could be something else. Either way, the effect is very similar to telepathy at the very least, like a localized mental conversation.
And so we return to introductions.
She kind of very subtly kind of brushes at her nose. You can see it's long and petite, which is strange. It's weird it's both at the same time. But as she brushes her nose, you kind of blink and you see a image kind of flash on her face. Well, not necessarily image, a mask specifically. One of an animal.
I'm tired of these people. Bowen. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Not really an animal. Well, it is an animal, but like it looks like a multi-eyed being of its kind. It's a spider of a kind.
What are these, the Gravekeepers again?
I'll let Simon go ahead. I'm wondering if that's what this is. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, as she kind of flashes her hand across her face, just very subtly, you see the flash of like a widow spider, like kind of black, like ebony kind of shade to it, and you blink again, it's just kind of gone, and her very classy smiling face just kind of staring back at you. You just hear all in your heads.
Good.
I believe that is all you really need to know about my identity.
Are you the chosen one?
We're all chosen in some aspect.
I'm gonna pipe up, but I'm just gonna again, yeah, in her head, in our heads, whatever. I'm just gonna say, oh, what was his fucking name? I know his name. Sight. I'm just gonna say to her, we've already spoken to Sight. What do you want?
Yeah, in your head. Nothing. I'm simply here on business. You simply happen to be passing by. You are just figures of interest right now.
My eyes narrow on her. I don't trust no Gravekeeper, man. I don't trust none of them.
Oh, you said something earlier, and Riley will say this in his head this time. You said something earlier about taking us somewhere?
Oh, I believe you'll be taking us somewhere. And she kind of smiles and just kind of extends a very long, slender finger pointing up.
Oh. Yeah, we're still working that out.
As are we. Hence my presence here.
Business.
Business. But
don't
while we
know.
are in a conversing mood, anything we should know that we did not have the time to discuss earlier?
I want to insight check this.
Make an insight check. Hard to read.
Shut up.
Pretty hard to read. Even by most standards, she has kept the same face for the entire time that you've been aware of her existence.
If this world survives, I'm gonna play a gravekeeper next campaign. I am, because I'm tired of Simon and his secrets, man. I'm tired.
They're not that complex. I mean, you've been told about a good amount of them already. Not every member, but like their ideology at least.
Yeah, I'm just tired of them having this air of like sophistication. I'm tired of always interacting with them and them acting like they're better than us. I'm tired of this shit. I'm gonna make a gravekeeper next campaign who's a fucking moron.
That's Bo. That's the fucking old
true.
Goliath dude. He punched your pillar off, dude.
Brawl it becomes a gravekeeper.
Yeah. There's
Make it
there's rough and tumble gravekeepers. They're just not usually out doing extracurricular stuff.
I don't know if you heard. Can't remember what information we passed along. We're looking for what appears to be a seat, a throne of sorts, that exists on the moon. If we find that and we can remove what's on it, we win.
I think we have to find it before Sylvia does.
You see, her smile's been kind of like polite and curt, but it kind of grins more, almost creepily so. It's strange because it's almost like this face of elation as all you hear in your heads. So we have a destined target.
We have
Perfect.
several win conditions. They're just all extremely high risk.
We're not adverse to risk, though we tend to shorten the odds when we can. So, if the throne, or whoever sits on the throne, is a target... fascinating. And she kind of ponders in thought. Well, I'm not the grand strategist here. But do not hesitate to use us, in this endeavor at least. We can be a very, very precise and sharp scalpel. Or as heavy a blunt instrument as you need.
Both of those things were desired by the previous person responsible for the strike operation. That was never meant to be. Well, that's good news.
What else do we know about the throne? Do we just know that it...
We know that it exists physically, and that's about it. And it's somewhere on the moon, inside the moon.
Somewhere inside the moon, you've been told. Would have
And
a lot of
it-
moon to go.
And does it like control like whoever's sitting on it?
Whoever sits on it has, control over the concept of what, consumption?
Yes.
Yeah. We're gonna leave that
That-
part out.
That, yeah. I say that we should probably focus on trying to destroy the throne rather than having someone else sit on it. And knowing Sylnia, they'll try to sit on any throne.
Either way, something occupies it at this very moment.
She kind of looks at you, Chris. If Sylvia is a thorn in your side, shall we do a little excising?
I'll see what my other party members think.
I think at that present moment, Sylnia is a useful tool. We can think about taking care of them after this. Right now, we need them. We need everybody we can get, friend and foe alike.
You certainly do not speak of them as friends. Either way, let us know if we can be of assistance. I myself in particular am getting into places I shouldn't be.
In the Headspace group chat, I'll say, we wanted to create a strike team anyway, right? We should probably finalize that soon, huh?
Yeah.
We each assemble a strike team. Then we have our squads.
Well, I think the stakeout is the more important thing right now. Making sure that we understand what the terrain is like, what the inside is like, if we can even exist there without needing some form of air supplement.
I have a question. Has she given us a name at all?
Nope.
No.
I'm gonna turn and look to her and say, "What do I call you?"
Do you want my real name or my work name?
I'm gonna give her the most indifferent shrug I can muster.
Want your best name.
I think my real name is pretty. I think my work name is more me.
Okay.
Do you know my name?
Golly gee, it seems to have slipped my mind somehow.
Chrysostomus.
Chrysostomus. Your last name doesn't happen to be Killiger, does it?
It does.
The first syllable is a very good name. You can call me Widow. Or Sephridia. Pick your poison.
I'm gonna turn to Riley. I mean, I guess you can hear anyway if it's in our mind palace. But I'm going to say to him, I think one of the essential things that I was thinking we might need for our expedition to the moon, just in general, but especially for the stakeout because of how stealthy it is, we need that ship that Sonia has. I don't care if we get it through agreements and a bargain or if we have to steal it. I don't care. But we need it.
I should think it's rather reasonable. We simply ask them, hey, lend us that ship and some of your shipwrights and let's have a go at it. They will agree.
I don't know if I like that, though.
I don't know if I like any of this situation, but it's the one we're in.
You have enough rogues to steal it.
That's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, Sylmia meddled with things they don't fully understand and took something that was not theirs. Invaded territory that did not belong to them to steal something that was still not theirs. I don't feel bad about taking it, and I don't care if we're on good standing ground with Sylmia at that point because, again, the whole reason that we had to get on good standing with them was to prevent them from invading Teague to take the train. We made good on that end. We gave them the train. They took the Sphere of Annihilation. Our debts are paid with them. Our bargain has been fulfilled. We are somewhat allies only because we share an enemy. But I have no...
Right. And wouldn't you want to keep it that way until the enemy is dispatched?
It will stay that way. Because I don't have the... As powerful as they are, I don't think they'd be willing to expend the resources to try to put out our efforts and what we do. I don't think they're not going to go after us, I think, that hard. I'm not saying if we steal the ship, yeah, probably they will. But I think we both know that they have bigger fish to fry right now, and theoretically we can give it back when we're done. I just don't like them having so much power, because when we sit down in front of Jarnhat, he begins making demands. He begins making a bargain that's going to benefit him, and while I don't blame him, I can't fault him for doing that. I'm done giving them any more. We've tried to be reasonable with them, but just as Marin has stated before, and she's never been wrong, unfortunately, he puts Sylnia first. And while that may seem like not such a bad thing, in whatever future we can muster up enough force to save for ourselves here on this planet, Sylnia is always going to be top dog. And I don't think I like that. Not with the leadership they're under, and not with the origins that they have. I don't think any leader in their ranks right now would be a refreshing take. I think this is just how they are. And for that reason, I don't care personally if we sever our allyship with them. I think they don't have time or resources to be spending on coming after us day in and day out, sending gravekeepers after us, especially now that the gravekeepers have held some loyalty to us, because again, what value is the money that they're getting paid when they won't have a world to spend it in? I think the larger threat between the two, Sylnia and the gravekeepers, was the gravekeepers, because Sylnia could pay the gravekeepers. Well, now that we're working with the gravekeepers and they understand what's happening, I'm not scared of Sylnia, and I am of the opinion that that ship is not theirs. That ship is something they meddled with, and they, added things to create something new, but ultimately the origins of it and what the foundations of that ship still are, that it's semi-sentient. It seems to be conscious to some extent. That is not just a ship. That is not just a piece of property. That is just as important and valid, that might need saving, as Jane or George. And yeah.
I don't disagree with any of that. For me, I think it's a timing thing. I believe this should be left until after. Assuming there is an after.
I think Sylnia will take advantage when our backs are turned the other way.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I normally I wouldn't care enough to push Sylnia off the throne that they've built for themselves, but it's that I need this ship. We need this ship. And if it's going to cause beef, it is what it is.
Riley will turn to Widow. Hey, Miss Gravekeeper, you ever dealt with Sylnians before?
I've killed plenty.
Higher ups?
Oh, yes.
The Greys?
Those are a little trickier. The Greys are... Think of them less as people and more of a organism, like an ant. One part of a gestalt whole.
Sound like a school of fish.
Fish with the best funding equipment you can find, but yes.
He'll turn to everybody else and speak aloud. Actually, no, he won't speak aloud.
I wonder where the
I would-
Yogi went.
Well, never mind. Riley's not going to say anything then. You wonder what?
The Nyogi went.
You're thinking about that now, a year and a half later.
Well, maybe it's
That ship
Maybe that-
sailed.
maybe that's the ship that Sonia took.
No? We've seen their ship. We know the ship's interior. The ship the Nyogi took was way larger, and it belonged to them. You know what? If you're so curious, Chris, I'm gonna send to the Nyogi.
I think the Nyogi took the ship from the invaders. I think it
Yes.
wasn't actually his ship though.
Correct. However, you're claiming that the ship the Nyogi took, is now being taken by Sylnia. I'm about to prove that wrong. Or maybe I'm not. Let's find out. Sending to Nyogi. Hey, it's the meat pile. You still got that ship? Send message.
Okay. Just the Nyogi that you found in the ship.
Yeah.
You have a name? Or are you just going to try to target that one specific
I'm
Nyogi
going to
somewhere in the
try and
universe?
target that thing.
You've made it for like 15 minutes. It's like
Uh-huh.
dips pieces, yo. I'll say roll D100.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Oh, wrong thing. D100.
Okay. It was a 50-50 shot, whether this worked or not. You feel the spell send out. You're sure that it went to the right target, yet there was nothing there. You've kind of had this feeling before. This is this kind of same feeling when the person you're saying to is dead.
Riley is going to interpret that as it's dead. I can't get a hold of it. You might be onto something.
Well, it- if it was received, then it's probably on the same plane.
Wait, hold on. Riley never said it was received, though.
No,
He didn't feel it get received, right?
No, the spell worked as intended. It just didn't have a recipient to get to it.
No, it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, it was the same feeling as you got when you try to send to like Claudine's dad. You're like, there's no response. Like the spell worked, there's no response.
Well, that's one avenue down.
Yeah, Widow sort of still speaking on your heads. You see the attendants kind of walks up. Can I get you anything? You all have been standing here for some time, not saying a word. You see Widow kind of like shoo him off. We're okay. But speaking all in your head simultaneously. Well, if it's Sonia you're worried about, spying isn't really my favored activity, but I can do it. If it's for the greater good.
Yeah, if you want to spy, that actually might be helpful.
Oh, I really don't, but I'll do it if you want me to.
What would you prefer to do?
How many bodies would you want me to clean up? I guess I don't like the
Clean
cleaning
up?
either.
Or be the cause of?
I don't think those two activities are necessarily separate.
I don't know, maybe you're an undertaker.
We have contacts for that. I do, at least.
I'm deferring this decision to Zero. Because I would like to leave the still near toppling for after. But if I'm getting outnumbered, then there's nothing to do.
I would like to do something. DM.
Oh, what would you like to do?
I would like to see if I can scry on the ship.
Okay. It needs to make a will save, I think. Will save? That's a Pathfinder thing. Wisdom. What's your spell save DC?
Tie. 18.
Well, that rolled low. My luck is coming to be of use. Okay. You also rolled D100. The spell works, it's just... There are elements to this.
I'm clicking the thing. What the?
Internet. American Internet.
It's not working for me. Like I'm like fully like the button on that little drop down menu with the tools in it. It's not even opening when I hit dice.
Okay, I'll roll it for you then, if that's okay.
But your luck is bad.
That's true, which may be good for you, or maybe bad for you. You're not sure.
I guess.
Or who else wants to roll in lieu? if you want to use the mystic.
Failed once already. I'm good.
Can I roll?
You can roll.
Yeah, I'll let Brandon roll for me.
What do I roll?
Just a D100. Okay, actually. Yeah, you get the image. This kind of confirms the suspicion you had. The fact that you could... you're scrying? Or are you sending? I know, you're scrying.
I'm scrying.
Okay. You scry, and it works. Your vision jets up through the clouds and into a snowy waste. And you see a black, it's like kind of triangular object just not sailing but hovering in its place. You think it's kind of hard to tell because it's not. You don't have any other spatial like landmarks to really base it off of. It's just white in every direction. You see snow blowing horizontally. That could be the wind. That could be it moving. So to your view, it's just kind of hovering, but you can see on the outer edges of your vision, which should be perfect. There is a fuzziness. There is like this weird static, and it kind of blurs your vision every so often. And then it gets clear again, and then it blurs your vision. Make a just raw intelligence check if you can.
Okay.
Oh, you can't open it?
I can open it. Chill out.
Okay.
Oh!
You can, if you'd like, you can use Truth Seer on this.
A charge, really?
If you'd like to. It's that's basically what I use Truth Seer for anyway.
Fuck yeah.
21.
Run. Yeah, so if you want to use Truth Seer, I'll make you roll again, but...
Yeah. My intelligence isn't low. That just was a
Yeah.
natty. Oh.
Okay. Okay, so that's an 8. There's something to why this is fuzzy. You can't quite pinpoint it, but this isn't normal. You're very much certain of that. Like, especially with how your scrying works now, you should have perfect vision in every direction. Even with True Sight in there, that bitch too. The fact that your scrying spell isn't working properly, yet also connected, yet also is like malfunctioning. There's something more to explore there. It's like on the tip of your brain, but you can't quite figure it out just yet. But the scrying spell worked, which means in some aspects, this ship is however much, somewhat of a creature.
Can I tell where they are?
Make a make an investigation check. Let me try to actually, let's see here. Don't just do a massive fireball on the scrap. It's really hard to see. Yet with your vision, despite how blurred it is and staticky it is right now, you make out some, well, not really recognizable landmarks, but landmarks. You're kind of looking, like cross-referencing an image like of the map on your brain, and the like the barest elements of landmarks and like, or like a landmass you can see, like through brief like flashes of like a break in the snow, and you try to just make a mental map of this with a natural 20 on investigation. There's landmass wise not a lot of places they could be. Well, there is, but you don't. It's hard to describe this. You don't recognize a place you've never been there, but cross-referencing the map, you can kind of see the landmarks and kind of piece it together. You see, like far in the distance, like a couple of islands that could be this. You see to the one direction, you see a giant mountain. Cross-referencing those landmarks, if you go to the Thane, you surmise that the ship is currently hovering above the sea, the Bay of Shields specifically, somewhere between the Crying Island and the Spear Point Mountain. It was flying high. Like, it wasn't... It normally shouldn't snow or like, be that's like stormy over the sea. So it's flying high. But through the breaks, you can see that's how far away you can see the landmarks. So between those two landmarks is roughly where the ship is currently located.
Why are they still in Thane?
Yeah, they're still over there. That's interesting.
I think, if I had to guess, because they got their train and they still haven't left. If there's anything of interest over here, it's, I mean, other than the dragon, they're seeking out potentially. I don't really know what the inside of the ship looks like. If they are also aware that the ship is sentient, I would hate to think that they're using it to track down Jane and them, you know? Because as far as we know, this ship is the first encounter that they've had with the receivers. And we don't need them getting a hold of any of the receivers because they're not going to treat the receivers like people.
Is Zero saying this?
No, I'm saying it out of character. I think, yeah, Zero's gonna... I guess as we're still talking to Widow, I will have just mentally checked out and, like, spaced out. Just spaced out a little bit. Like, I'll turn my back to the party so they know I'm not, like, just fucking, like, eyes glazed over not listening. But I will be sitting through the whole duration of Scry before I say anything to the party.
That's 10 minutes. We're gonna notice before then.
No, it's fine. I don't care if you notice. I'm just saying I'm gonna get my money's worth out of the scribe before I say anything.
And it's an orb, right?
An orb?
Doesn't that mean we can all see it?
No, I do it through my dagger.
Oh.
Yeah, Zero ate the orb a while ago.
Oh.
And unlocked new abilities because of it.
Right, okay.
I'll say with another investigation. Oh yes, a natural 20. I'll say that because this is a combination of you having mass investigation, natural 20, and also doing the entire duration of the investigation. You think you know why this spell is fuzzy.
Why?
Another thing to note, the ship is flying. The ship is also stopping and then flying a different direction for really fast and then stopping. And then like it flies one direction and then stops quickly and then it's erratic.
So it's kind of like a dragonfly?
Kind of. Yeah, it is dragonfly-esque, but it's also like you're looking at it and it almost looks like an animal that doesn't know what direction to go. And as you're thinking this, something in your head clicks. The reason your spell isn't working properly is because it's technically a creature, but it's also an object. And right now your spell isn't sure which one it is. That may be because this ship may not know what it is either. Either way, that thing is flying erratically over the Bay of Shields.
That's interesting. Why would it be flying erratic if there's a pilot, unless there isn't a pilot?
That's true. That's true. That also could be why it's lingering over here. The only like life forms I think it'll have any semblance of communication with would be the receivers. And if it can't find them, and they probably wouldn't, just openly give their location because they know better, but it could be trying to find them, which is on one hand good for it that it would be able to naturally be lured to them. It's not good for us because if it finds them, Sylnia finds them. That could be why it's letting it loose. Like if genuinely Sylnia doesn't have a pilot in there, or the pilot is not acting and letting the ship do its own thing, they could be trying to let the ship lead it to the receivers.
Ooh, that's a rough prospect. Hey, Earth to Zero, what are you doing over there?
I'll put my hand up. Like, give me a second, and I will continue. I guess just watching and spying for the duration of the whole 10 minutes. God, I was wondering if I mean, I'm glad I did this because I hadn't thought of doing this before, but I was kind of hoping I can get an interior view, but we'll see. I can't. I like this. This is good. This is progress.
Okay, yeah, but the ship just continues to fly erratically, and sometimes it doubles back to where it was. It flies really far in one direction, and then it stops, almost like it's fighting, I guess. Like it kind of twitches a little bit in several directions, kind of like a compass needle that doesn't know where it's pointing, and then it goes another direction that's totally off from where it was, and it's just kind of zipping like a dragonfly back and forth, different directions for the entire 10 minutes.
I have a question. I don't know if anyone remembers. Back when we first encountered this ship, this was when the Greys were it wasn't like a hologram, but the Greys were like cast into our dragon house.
It was like a beam.
Yeah. Did we try? We cast. I say we, but I cast message on the ship. Did I not?
I feel like one of us must have, because I was thinking about sending right now, but I don't. Well, first I have to find out that Zero's even attempting this.
Yeah, that's fair. I was having the same thought. I was wondering if we try to send to the ship, I don't think it's going to be received by just the ship. I think whoever is inside, because inevitably it has to have somebody inside. I really don't think Jarnhat would just let that thing be loose willy-nilly by itself. But
well, it's not about letting it. What if there was some sort of compatibility issue?
That's true, but if that was the case, I think we'd see a like a larger presence of Silnians in Teague. Or not Teague, sorry, in Thane. Because again, right now this feels like one of their most prized pieces of technology. If for some reason this became out of control, unless it just happened within like the last hour.
It's possible because didn't Claire send the Sphere of Annihilation up there?
To the Bay of Shields?
Or no, to the ship.
No?
Yeah.
I thought
I
that's
think it
how she
was-
got it out, right?
That's what Simon, what's his name? The receiver I have stationed outside of Teague.
Charge.
Charge. That's what Charge said. Charge like watched it happen. He said he watched the ship come down. I don't think he saw the orb at its fullest size, right? Did he describe what he saw exactly? Like
Oh, maybe it did then. What the fuck?
He saw, I believe he saw the ship at some point hover over T. Or he didn't see it. He sensed it was over T because he was following the whole the thing for a while. But he wasn't really close enough to the city by then. Like he only found him in the morning. Then he was like out like a mile outside the walls by then. Like he could sense it over the city at some point during the night.
okay, so we don't really know how they got the Orb of Annihilation, but they did take it, I think, via the ship. That is something Claire did. She somehow, like, remotely sent it up to the ship. And so, I mean, yeah, that is also something to consider, that they have the orb up there with them now. And the orb is the orb, which, you know, it within its own nature. Simon, is the orb's, like, I know its purpose, but, like, the natural... like not natural, but like the nature of the orb, it stays in one place in space and time unless somebody imposes their will to move it.
Yeah.
So okay, so okay. So unless somebody found a way to transport it without having to do that, it's probably just loosey-goosey inside of the ship. But if the ship is moving erratically, somebody has to also be like what's the word? I'm like taking that into accountability and moving the orb with the ship, if that makes sense.
Do you think that maybe because they're trying to move the orb, the ship is following that same trajectory?
That's not what I'm saying, but that also is a possibility. Yeah, I don't know what kind of technology they have access to, even with like, especially with Claire in the mix now. I'm like, I don't know what she is. I don't know what they have and what they can do. So this could just be a result of the ship on its own, acting of its own free will. This could be something to do with the orb. We don't know enough information regarding that yet, but those are, I don't know. I think they're solid theories. I still feel like this thing could be out there looking for the receivers. But my thing is, I don't think it's fully out of control. Like, I don't think they have lost, like, control over it and it's just operating on its own without a pilot inside or without a pilot in charge. Because I think Silnia would have acted, like, or at least maybe within the next couple hours, we'll see more activity with Silnia in Thane, looking for it or trying to catch it or something. I think it's too valuable to them to lose, especially in what, to some degree now, is considered, like, Zodiac territory. Because Thane is primarily ruled by us right now, other than, you know, Lipad, but it's not much better for Silnia. Either way, I don't think they would leave that ship unattended. So if they lost control of it, I think Silnian ships would show up to try to round it up like an animal. I feel like whatever it's doing, they're letting it do that. I don't know if the orb has anything to do with it, but I think whatever it's doing, they're allowing it to do that.
We let Marin and maybe George know about it.
Yeah,
Zero
I'm
has
on
to
my-
let us know they're even doing this to begin with.
Yeah, I know. I am. I'm waiting for us to get done out of character, and then I'll say it in character. So I guess, yeah, once the scrying is up, Simon, I will then, I'm going to try to just but use message to Riley and Chris. I'll do it like one at a time if I need to, and I'll tell them what I tried. I'll tell them that it worked somewhat, and then explain to them what I saw, and then explain my theory about I think they're letting it look for the receivers.
Okay. Yeah, you send a message to both Riley and Chris. You hear in your brain, Widow. Fascinating.
God damn it. Is there anything within arm's reach with me right now?
It's a couple of, like, piece of cutlery, like just loose, neatly adorned. There's a cup that's been left over that a tenant hasn't gone to yet. Want to throw a vase?
I would like-
Want to throw a vase at it?
I would like to sleight of hand, grab a fork, and throw it at her really hard.
Okay, I make an attack check. Attack check. I forgot all D&D. Make a just make a dex check at your proficiency. This is basically an attack roll.
But I want to do it like when I want to wait until like some of the workers are not looking. Then do it then.
Okay. I mean, you're super stealthy. You can do it. And it's kind of like a vibe. What's your proficiency?
26.
26. Okay. It does hit her. It does a point of damage. You actually see Jesus. Do you actually see y'all saw that, right?
Yes.
Okay. You see the fork, like, you really quickly, with just 2 fingers, really quickly and very deftly, accurately, with precision, chuck this fork with such force. I'll see you make a perception check. Riley, you'll probably spot this anyway, but
Yep.
you hit her, man. That's pretty cool. You hit her. You where are you aiming?
Does she have like her where is she sitting at like a table?
Yeah, it's in the corner, and you guys are all kind of standing around her. She's again little.
Are her hands on the table?
Yeah.
I will aim. I'm not trying to really hurt her. I will aim at one of her little fingies on the table.
Okay. Yeah, and you see the fork just you chuck it and it like sticks into the table and it like draws a little bit of blood from her finger as she kind of recoils back. Like, and for the first time her expression looks like surprised and like actually like, not that you would do that, but you successfully did it. Riley, you saw this as, Zero just kind of really, like, you heard, Zero's message, and then you heard fascinating, and then Zero chucked a fork at Widow's fingers. The fork,
Zero, I don't know what you were expecting.
The fork slowed noticeably. Like, it got chucked with immense force, but then it slowed to like a crawl, but then it suddenly sped up again, and it gets stuck into the wood of the table, and she recoiled. Like, she had to physically move out of the way to do that.
I'm just gonna note that reaction in my mind palace.
I take a spoon and then
My
throw it
mind
out the
palette.
window.
You throw it out the window.
Yeah.
You take a spoon, you chuck it out the window, and it bounces off the glass. You see one of the attendants, he, like, sees the clattering, like, hears a clattering of metal against the glass, and goes, "Sir, please don't throw cutlery if you are distressed. Please just let us know what is bothering you."
She said, "Use your words."
The fork.
Yes, is it dirty, or is there a hair on it? I'm sorry.
I saw it being thrown, so I wanted to throw the spoon.
She looks at the fork with it's like embedded in the wood. You see Widow just kind of look and just grab the fork, pull it out of the wood, just looks at it. Sorry. I get a little perturbed when I think of certain people in my life. It's girl stuff. The attendant just go to... Okay. Just leaves.
Not the save I would have gone for, but alright. Let's control ourselves and remember that our minds are an open book right now.
Indeed.
Control.
Well, I was going to attempt to send to that ship, but if we don't want it being actively seen or whatever, then I guess I'll wait.
I think we need more time to understand what's happening with the ship before we start trying to communicate with it. Because my understanding is that we tried to communicate with it back when we spoke to the Gravekeeper. Not the Gravekeeper, God, Jesus. The Grey. The Grey. And I think the messages just show up on a screen for them or something because they were responding to us.
That's right.
Also, I will BRB real quick.
Well, if you want me to find out more about the ship, I can take a business trip to Silnia.
I don't see why not.
See if they're controlling it from Silnia.
I can add that to my laundry list of tasks to do.
If you don't mind me prying, what exactly were you trying to figure out in this trip of yours currently?
Oh, I just had a business meeting. That's all.
Right, but business is never just business with gravekeepers.
It's adjacent. I'm here for information. Genuinely unrelated to anything you're doing.
Oh, okay.
But...
So it was
regardless,
happenstance. I see.
It was. I'm here to see the courtesan queen, or at least a representative of them.
Well, if it's information you're looking for, that's the person to hit up for sure.
And that's why I'm here.
Yeah, checks out.
It was a pleasure to meet you, genuinely.
Remind me your name again? Sephirdir?
Sephirdir, if you want to be fancy about it. And if you want to be professional, you can call me Widow.
Well then, Sephirdir / Widow. I and my lovely cohort here have a day out on the town to get to. So it was a pleasure meeting you. Have fun meeting with the courtesan queen or their representative. And I do mean fun.
Oh, this meeting won't be the fun part. It's what comes after.
Best of luck either way. And Riley will see himself out.
Yeah. Actually kind of gives you a polite nod. Chris, what you doing? Just leaving?
I guess it's time to leave, yeah.
Okay. Where are you heading to in particular, if anywhere? Wait, do you want me to pull up the city map again, or?
I know Riley wanted to hit up the God, what's it called? The Gemstone Corner?
Yeah. The Gemstone
Yeah,
Center.
Yeah, that's the one.
Same thing.
Nowhere in particular, just see what Zia wants to check out.
Okay.
Because Riley's been here a bunch anyway.
Yeah.
We've already done our fish stuff, so now it's non-fish things.
Okay. As you begin to head to the Gemstone Center and its various opulence and wealth. Okay, let's leave you there. That'll take you a little bit to get to. Oh boy, my time is reset. 30s, okay. Out there. Chris, where are you headed to? Anywhere in particular? In the city, elsewhere? Up to you.
Are we just waiting for people to...
You're functionally waiting for Poe to see what he has to say about the
side gig.
And the side gig and what information he has for the heist / meeting of the Glass Palace with the Platinum Council.
Approximately how long would that be?
He told Zero to contact him at midnight again, so you basically have the day.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna go try and find a bakery.
Okay. You want a good bakery or a cheap bakery?
a good bakery.
Okay. As Chris, you head out the gala as well. Uh, Riley and Zia, you begin to head to the Jensen Center, and like 20 feet behind you is Chris, just kind of following you in the same direction.
He found a way.
He found a way. You both come to different locations, yet the same location.
I'll just quietly chuckle. Well, yeah, like I said, whether we want him to or not.
Well, he's not really a third wheel if he's not attached. Let him be.
True. Yeah, I don't think he's following us. This is amusing, however.
That is a weird bit, yes. Okay. Riley, you're just gonna go just check out what's in the Jensen Center?
Yep.
Okay.
We are either window shopping or straight up shopping.
Okay. Make a... do you have anything you want to buy in particular, or are you just going to see what Zia wants?
Just Zia. Riley is seated.
Yeah. I think Zia is also, like, someone of very, like, small taste. Like, she doesn't really also need a lot, but it is nice to just kind of look around and, like, see all the jewelry. She may want some, actually. Just to have. She didn't have a whole lot. And now that you're loaded.
Yep.
If you would like, you can spend about 500 gold.
Yeah,
Or
sure.
less. Just on jewelry.
500 seems fine to me.
Yeah. These are not normal prices either. These are exorbitant for the pieces you're getting.
Should I let her know that?
Yeah, it's up to you.
Nah. She works in Dragon Slices anyway.
Yeah. Like the gems in our set are like, I guess it can be technically sold for Dragon Slices, but like they don't have the same value as they do out here. They're mostly like a magical creation of anything. Yeah. As you've been finding like the various jewelry and such, she finds a circlet, like a kind of beaded circlet that has like rubies studded in the center of like in its the centerpiece. Looks like made of like a silver chain that she kind of like lets dangle around the top of her head, and it just kind of rests in the middle of her forehead. This kind of suit her actually. She has a bunch of like other adornments as well. She finds earrings, but her ears aren't pierced. But she has them, and she wears some of them as rings, seemingly just thin rings. Yeah, and like a nice pendant made of kind of like this like opalescent, like almost like off green, almost jade like stone. Yeah, quite nice.
I'm back.
Hi.
Welcome back.
The boys left the Golden Gala and said goodbye to Sephiroth. Is there any final business you have with the woman?
No, I will just give her a look. Like, not like do anything with my hands, but I'm just gonna look at her and squint at her like I'm watching you, and then we'll go.
Yeah. As you do, he just kind of smiles at you and just leaves, and you just leave. Yeah. What are you doing for the rest of the day?
I'm gonna turn to the girls and I'm gonna say to them, "Hey." I'll even look at Nyx and I'll say specifically to her. I'll say, "For old time's sake." Then I will turn to both of them and ask them both, "Would you guys like to go do a job?"
And Claudine sort of looks at you. I mean, last job we did together, kind of overthrew the government. Is it similar to that?
No. Just thinking something a little bit more close to home. I feel like we're amongst. I'll again gesture to both of the girls together. We all come from similar backgrounds, if not the same background. We're all used to a good old fashioned B&E, you know, little grabbing some goods. I'm gonna look at Nyx and be like, "You're poor right now, aren't you?"
Definitionally, I guess so. You have to rub it in.
Claudine. I'm gonna look at Claudine and be like, "Are you poor?"
Great question. As she kind of looks through her bag to see how much money she has amassed.
I would like to slide a hand. As she does, I'm not gonna be sneaky about it. Like I'm not trying to hide it from her, but it's flirtatiously. I'm also gonna slide a hand, get in her pockets, and see what she has.
Okay, I'll make a sleight of hand check.
Like I'm not trying to be that secretive about it, and I'm just like trying to rifle my fingers around her coin pouch. That's not a euphemism.
Yeah. She has a potion of some kind. You find a hand crossbow. There's a bottle of some kind of looks like a clear opaque, like semi-opaque liquid. There's like these circular spheres wrapped in like made of like this kind of like paper mache with like a string. It looks like kind of like a bomb of some kind. The most valuable thing a venturer ever could have. You find about 50 feet of rope.
As she's checking herself to see how much money she has, I'm going to also be checking her, but in front of her, and I'm going to keep pulling each item out and just looking at them like, oh, it's this. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's this over here. And I'll take out the potion and look at that. Then I'll take out one of the bombs and look at that. I'm just in front of her, just going through her things.
Okay.
There's bombs.
Chris, as just before you exit, you hear bomb. Yeah, she just lets you. She looks into her coin pouch and goes, "No, I'm actually kind of loaded right now. But could always do a bit of tomfoolery here and there, daytime robbery."
What day of the week is it?
Hmm?
What day of the week is it?
Oh boy, it is. It's Senstella, which is a fantasy equivalent of Thursday.
Okay, yeah, so like midweek, probably people at work, things like that. If this culture works the same.
Yeah, basically, and it's like the day has started now. People are already up and about doing their business and everything. Lots of commerce happening. Yeah, but Nick sort of goes, I mean, I guess it's been a while since I've stolen stuff. On a large scale, at least. Sure, why not?
Okay. I would like to go to a more opulent section of Obethus in a neighborhood and begin.
Okay, so you start heading to the Gemstone Center. Riley, as you're heading to the Gemstone Center, you see Chris trailing 20 feet behind you, and behind Chris is trailing Zero. As all three of you decided independently of each other to go to the Gemstone Center.
Why is Chris going to the gemstone?
Great question, Chris. You are looking for bakeries. There's no better bakeries in town than the Gemstone Center, so you begin to head to the Gemstone Center. Ahead of you is Riley and Zia, and you're like, huh, interesting. We're going the same direction. You look behind you, 20 feet. Zero's following you for some reason. But eventually you do make it to the Gemstone Center after about an hour travel. Yeah, and begin looking for bakeries. You know the one that like you gotten a couple baked goods from there before, like a fancy bakery that has sometimes given you inspiration. That window's probably passed, but that's a good bakery. You can look for another one if you'd like to.
Yeah, I'll go to that bakery.
Okay. Yeah, and you find a nice, chic little bakery. It's pretty nice. It is a smaller like store, but it is good. You can smell. You already smell like the baking, like bread inside, and like the sweet scent of frosting in the air. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for 20 cupcakes.
Easy enough. Yeah, and you get a deal over it too, so you only need to spend about a gold.
Just a gold?
1 gold. The cupcakes are pretty small. You weren't getting like muffins or big breads. Yeah, and it was discounted because you got a dozen or more.
Awesome.
Yeah, as you get, do you want them like packaged, or do you want them just loose in a bag?
I'll do them packaged.
Okay, and to give you a nice like box. Yeah, it's like wrapped with like a nice pink bow and everything. There's like a window, like made of like this like thin film of glass. Yeah, I mean, you can see into it. Very nice. Yeah, and you see little cupcakes. They're pretty small, but like, you know, that's the cupcake. Different colored frosting, and things like neon colored frosting. Some of them with sprinkles, some of them not. Some of them like chocolate with like kind of like a white, almost like cream topping on it. Varying flavors.
Awesome.
Okay.
I think once I got those, I'm gonna head a little north, because I'm where Riley's token is, right?
You're probably about where A is. I guess you're both in the shopping district, so roughly in the same area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go up north to 5A.
5A.
The Graveyard?
The Graveyard. Okay. Yeah. As you go from the richest part of town to the poorest, and you go to this junkyard, a literal scrap heap of broken down furniture and like trash and detritus, sometimes bodies. It seems to be corpse free at this current moment.
But before I go there, I'm gonna disguise myself with a rat head.
Okay. Sure.
And then I'm gonna cast Fly.
Okay. I think I know where this is going.
And I'm just gonna go fly up kind of to the center of where the graveyard is, and then slowly descend down
Okay.
from the heavens.
You do see a group of people. They seem to be loitering on a like just kind of scrap heap, just kind of talking or doing something. They're not really doing much from above, at least. You see, they're kind of uniformed, I guess, if you can call it that. They're dressed in like a brown leather jacket with like very short sleeves. There are sleeves, but they're only like to like just above the elbow. And on the back, you can see just kind of very shittily embroidered what you think might be a rat. Possibly. The one that seems to be the leader is, human man. Mostly bald, like a very thinning like top of head with like 2 braids on each side of the head. He has the best jacket. It's slightly cleaner and it has sleeves that go below the elbow, but otherwise he's still dressed in dirty cloth. As you descend from the heavens, they look up as they just stand there, mouth agape, as you descend with a box of cupcakes with a rat head. You see the leader kind of goes, "All right, am I fucking high? I'm not, right? Y'all seen this?"
No, you're low, I'm high.
You see another human man walk up to you. "Are you God?"
I'm the Rat King. I come bearing gifts.
Make a deception check. Okay. You see that the human man that walked up to you asked you if you're a god. He begins just openly weeping, I guess. As you see tears streaming down his face, he goes, What kind of gifts do you have? As you see the leader with the two braids, he kind of pulls out a small dagger. He's like, Alright, well, you can give us more than one gift, yeah? The Rat King.
I come with cupcakes.
Do you see the human man? Yeah, he's kind of like square. His whole butt frame is square. Like kind of like short blonde hair. A lot of stubble. Like almost across his entire face. He kind of goes... I just forgot what you said, actually.
Oh, what I said?
Yeah, I just totally blanked for some reason.
Oh, I said I come with cupcakes. Or I have
Right.
cupcakes. Yeah.
Yeah, you see that guy goes, I like cake. The other human male, the one with the braids, goes, Larry, you never even had a fucking cake. What the fuck's a cupcake, Rat King?
Here. And once I reach the ground, I'll open up the box and pass him a cupcake.
Okay. As the braided man takes a small cupcake. It's like pretty small in his hands, but he kind of eats one. He just kind of freezes for a second as he begins to slowly chew it, staring off into the middle distance. He also begins to openly weep. You see, as he does, the blonde guy behind you just kind of takes a cupcake, eats one as well. Full sobbing, just fully sobbing. You can see he's like kind of like ugly crying on his hands and knees, just like fully like full snot and everything. There's like this 20 strong group of just disheveled, just absolute dregs society are just weeping in the junkyard, eating very colorful cupcakes.
You're welcome.
You see the braided man. He sort of looks up at you and goes, "You're not the Rat King. You're the Rat God." As he takes off his like the shirt off his back, like hold it up to you. And it's like, we definitely made this in your image. Yeah, good likeness.
Thank you. I appreciate this.
How'd you descend from the heavens like that?
Divine magic.
Oh yeah, of course. That was my first guess. Should we? Should we? Do you want us to pay you? I'm not sure how this works.
Not quite. I just noticed your efforts, the struggles that you've had, and have come to reward you. But things aren't looking so great in the near future, and I might need your help.
Make a persuasion check. I'll stay with advantage because you got cupcakes for them. Okay. You see the braided man looks around to his gaggle of homeless people. Like they kind of look like, you ever seen that picture of that white fluffy dog puppy that like got into the jar jam and looks like he got murdered and just like laying like covered in jam in the middle of the kitchen floor? That's kind of what all of these like guys look like now. They're all just like, they had one cupcake each. But, like that was probably more calories than they've had in the past month. So they're like just covered head to toe in frosting and like licking it off themselves and each other occasionally. And the guy looks to his group of his gang basically and goes, I mean, well, if we can help, I guess. Yeah, sure. What do you need from us?
Just occasional support, and in return, I will support you.
You want to worship? Is that what this is?
Sure,
All right.
but also, I might need you to fight a couple people.
Oh, we're no strangers to that. And we've won every battle, haven't we, lads? Silence. Pure silence. They know.
Well, if you are experienced, that is great.
If we're inexperienced,
You will develop.
well, if there's more of these, the cupcakes, that'll be a fucking elite fighting force, then. Yeah, just keep them coming.
Definitely.
You bring those down from, heaven? You make them yourself?
Yeah, I talk to other gods, and they can help.
Like the 10?
Yeah, the 10, but then there's me.
What a line. Are you more powerful than the 10?
Yeah, I have my persuasions. I summoned the 10.
Make another deception check.
He's not even lying, though.
Okay. You see the blonde guy before you with the stubble. He looks up at you. There's only one cupcake for everybody, but somehow he managed to stuff his mouth with something else that he might think is cupcake. He may be trying to flavor other foods or objects as the cupcake to try to make the most of the flavor you had in his mouth currently. As he says, with a mouthful of miscellaneous objects, you're not sure what they are yet. They look granular and sandy at the very least. He sort of goes, "Are you the dad of the 10?
Sorry, what was that?
You made the 10?
Yeah, I made the 10 work for me for sure.
You see the braided guy, like he kind of points to his the shirt that you took off, like the jacket, and like points at the rats. He says, "See that, lads? We've been worshipping the best god of the entire time. Corona rats forever."
Honestly, the Hall of the 10 should be Hall of the 11.
We can make that an arrangement.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
You see the leader sort of stand up, put his jacket on, clap his hands together. You see fingerless leather gloves, because of course, why not? He goes, "Well, I'm full of energy, boys. What say you a bit of vandalism? We're gonna add the rat god to the pantheon, aren't we?" They didn't say anything when they said they won every fight earlier, but when they said they're gonna vandalize some churches, big screams. A lot of cheers.
I think this is where I depart. And I'll ascend back up into the heavens.
I want to say half of them are openly weeping and probably muttering prayers to you. And you feel something. Those prayers aren't really technically for you. They're for the rat god, which you are not. Yet being this close to proximity of at least some genuine worship it feels not you, but something deeper inside you, some essence of self that you didn't know existed until this very moment. It's not a physical sense, it is a metaphysical sense. You feel like there's another section of your soul somewhere that is sequestered to this one purpose, that is to absorb and process worship. And you feel that those like inner workings, this like secondary organ machine functioning inside you as you kind of absorb that latent divinity. If you would like, you can tick up 1 divinity point.
There we go.
You made it back after knocking everyone unconscious.
The rats are on our side.
I'm sure they'll be of big help. The first order of business is they're going to go vandalize the Great Hall of the Ten. Probably unsuccessfully. Okay. 0. You are going to go do B&Es in the Gemstone Center?
Yeah, but I don't want to hit up just any like lavish looking house. I want to go to like the good houses.
Okay. Make an investigation check. You're good at those. There are 2 routes you can go with this. The obvious answer is to go to the Gleaming Loft, which is basically like the Beverly Hills of Gemstone Center. Like of Abethus. This is where the rich of the rich, of the famous, of the wealthy go to live. It's the closest. It's basically built on this. The glass. Abethus is built on like a small hill. The top of the hill is the Glass Palace. That is the A in 1 the quarter, where the political stuff shenanigan happens. The Gleaming Loft
where
is
Poe is supposed to be.
Where
right?
Poe is supposed to be. Yeah, the only road up there is through the Coin Quarter, but the same hill is where the Gleaming Loft is built on, basically. So they are right below the political center of the city, basically. And it is not a good view, but it's close. Not sure why they chose that, but they did it. That's the obvious answer. That's where the rich and the famous go to gather. The other option is if you want just raw goods, you want just mass quantities of stuff, instead of just riches, you want like industrial goods or even tools, you could go to the Cloud Docks. There are some housing elements there, but more importantly, there's also like warehouses. The Cloud Docks is where the airships, where the airships dock. Basically, this is where you met the shit captain, the brown shit captain whose name I don't recall this moment.
What?
Captain Doo-Doo.
Valius DuPont.
That's it.
How dare you forget his name?
I haven't had to think about him for so long. He's probably dead somewhere.
Don't ever say that again.
Not even in battle. He just like died of liver failure.
So
Tragic, but not dramatic. Yeah, that's where you could go to. Like there are goods there. Possibly big score, but it's a risk. I would say the Gleaming Loft is more reliable, but the Cloud Docks has a higher chance of being an even bigger haul, but also a higher chance of it just being like tubes of cloth, which isn't valuable.
¿Por qué no las dos? You know?
That's true. You do have the whole day, actually. So I guess this was a pointless question.
We'll hit up a couple of homes in the Beverly Hills area, and then we will end our day in the more industrial part of it.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
For sure. Okay. Make a stealth check. Okay. Yeah, you and the gals are pretty sneaky. It's nighttime, which you've probably done more nighttime raids than daytime, or like more done more
It's
daytime raids.
nighttime?
Sorry, no, it's daytime. You've done more daytime raids than nighttime raids in your recent memory. You don't steal for a living. You steal as a way to pass time these days. But you begin breaking into a bunch of houses, just taking stuff. How overt do you want to be? I should ask. Do you want to just take everything you can, get rich as fast as possible, or do you want to take stuff that wouldn't be noticed for a while?
I think, yeah, we're not in the. None of us are in huge, major need. So I'm not gonna stop what Nyx does or what Claudine does. Personally, me, I'm just gonna take cool stuff that catches my eye.
Okay.
So quality more so than quantity.
Roll a, because you're gonna break into these houses no matter what. It's just pure luck whether you find something cool. Roll a D100 for me. Okay. Okay. You find more than just like jewelries and coins, which you do anyway. I'll say for the gleaming loft, total between all of you, you probably steal upwards about 3,000 gold for like the first like 3 hours. Or it depends on how long you want to stay here. But 3,000 gold split between all of you, so you get 1,000 and everyone else gets 1,000 as well.
Turn up.
You also find a rapier, actually. It looks beautiful. It's like hung up on a wall. And it's like it's not made of steel. It looks like it's made of like silver or like a platinum. Like it's like a heavier metal. You kind of hold it and it doesn't feel balanced correctly. It looks more ornamental, but it's, you know, it's studded in gems, so it's going to sell for a lot anyway.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to add. Nyx is technically not a character, not a, like a player character, so I have to add. Fucking. She's an NPC, so I have to add money separately.
I have a question.
Yes.
Under my masterful eye, between Nyx and Claudine, who's better at stealing?
Oh, Claudine. Like, no, it's not
Okay.
really. Nyx is good, right? Like, Nyx is fine. Like, she's good at this. If anyone saw her, they'd be like, that's an elite thief. You and Claudine have reached a power level where you are nigh demigods at thievery. It also helps that you have magical ability, like magical gloves that help you steal things better. Like the both of you do.
Claudine has them too?
Oh no, she did. She used to have them, but then Mondo. I guess she kicked in the bag actually. Mondo can continue making the making his stuff now. She used to, but right now she doesn't.
What's Mondo doing right now anyway?
That's
He kind of
true.
doesn't have a train to play with anymore.
Yeah, you see like you look up the top and you see where your pawns and it says you see a little clock and Mondo's idle right now. He's not doing anything, so he's gonna go watch some TV, get a recreation meter up.
I
Should
need
get to enjoy
components and
himself.
build the fucking radio.
Both really.
He can go enjoy that deer stew.
That's true. The homeless population already ate all of it.
Okay.
They're starving. They're gonna leave a drop.
They
Okay.
lick the bowl. They
I
lick
like
the
the
spoon.
bowl. Yeah, fucking. I was gonna say Beric had to do like a little spritz ball to get them away, but he probably just cast like some sort of like barbarian sailor spell to wash them all away with a giant tidal wave. Hard to struck with lightning, to be honest.
Damn.
Okay, I'll say this theory thing takes you till midday. Make another stealth check. This is for your overall impact of your thievery.
Like how much of a stir we cause?
Yeah.
Oh.
It is a natural one.
Oh.
This normally doesn't affect it, but I will anyway.
But it's 21. Whatever, do yours.
You're arrested. I'm kidding.
You're arrested.
They're the Elder Scrolls Oblivion guards. You steal something inside a house, and they immediately kick down the door and then brand you as a criminal. No, you've been stealing for like 4 hours straight, like house to house to house. Like someone eventually is going to notice, and then someone else is going to notice, and then like 7 or 8 people reporting to the guards that the stuff has been stolen at the same time is going to notify the guards that there is a thieving spree going on. Riley, you notice the guards actually begin to kind of stir up a little bit. Someone's kicked the hornet's nest. You're not sure why. It's probably Chris.
Riley will assume it is Chris.
Yeah. It's in all likelihood, given everything you've been to, given that literally not 24 hours ago, he stirred up the entire undermarket because he thunderblasted a guy, to be fair, which was self-defense. Yeah, it's a high likelihood it's Chris. But the guards begin to kind of like stir up, and you see like twice the amount of guards now patrolling like high traffic areas, especially where you are, in the Lustrous Market. What are you doing there actually still? Are there ideas? You're still just window shopping?
Still just window shopping. I will turn to Zia though. What do you think you did this time?
I think the question is whether it's not whether what he did, because that's impossible to guess. I think it is how many people are dead.
Ooh.
I say.
Well, if people are dead, then we're in big trouble.
Who died?
Good question, Chris. Who died? I'm trying to gaslight Brandon thinking he did something wrong. Functionally, what happened was Zero went on a stealing spree, and then did it long enough that eventually people started to notice, and like there was like a mass report of thieverings are happening around the Jensen Center. So now the guards have kind of kicked up. They still have no idea who's doing it, but the consequence of the actions did not go unnoticed.
Oh,
Does Riley know that the guards are talking about thievery? Or is he just like, oh, there's a weird fucking presence? You know what? Hold on. He's curious now. He wants to know what Chris did. So he's gonna start listening in.
Okay.
Best he can, anyway.
Make a perception check. Was that Chris?
oh, am I there now?
You're around in the Jensen Center, so you would also notice the increased guard activity, but you'd be doing that separately from Riley, who is like off elsewhere.
Okay, I'll still have the rat head on.
Okay. Are you walking around town with it? Or are you hovering like?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just walking around like a normal dude, but just with a rat head.
Okay. Yeah, Riley, you pick up on elements of like there's a string of burglaries happening right now. Like you hear guards under wished like hushed tones, like you see a guard like sleeping kind of, or like dozing off. You see a superior like smack the guy up the side of the head, and like to keep an eye out for like shifty looking individuals, you know, like keep an eye on merchandise and everything. Through context clues, you imagine, not just imagine, you deduce that this is thievery related. This is stuff going missing, and they're trying to figure out why and how and who.
Turn to Zia. I don't think this is Chris. I think we were wrong.
Huh. Chris is innocent this time.
This time.
Well, let's not put it past him. They could be both doing shenanigans.
That's true. I haven't had my eyes on them for a while. And looking around, he doesn't see either of them, right?
Currently, no. Chris is just not anywhere near you, and you probably couldn't spot the girls anyway. Actually, if anyone could, you would be able to. But right now, you don't see them.
Yep.
Well, I can think of worse things to get distracted by.
Oh, pray tell.
Everything.
you want to
Noise
investigate?
derailing?
Did she understand that as a compliment?
I did understand that as a sentence.
Oh. Yeah, that was a compliment because she was distracting me.
Oh. I see. I just totally blanked on what I just said, I guess.
Oh.
I actually don't remember what I said. My brain's not functioning. Yeah, but she kind of, now understanding the context, kind of looks down and, yeah, kind of like gets flushed in the face a little bit. Now suddenly putting on the charm.
Well, I can't let you have all the fun, can I?
On occasion, once or twice.
Someone say charm monster.
Oh.
You see a guy with a rat head show up.
Yeah, I think I recognize that voice. What do you want, Chris? What is this? Why the rat head?
I'm Rat God.
Will the real rat god please stand up?
Make a religion check.
Me?
Yeah.
I was just making an Eminem joke.
I know.
What do I glean from this?
You are not more attuned to religion, but like you make frequent offerings and commune with Gwina more than the rest of the party, I think. You gather that there is latent divinity surrounding Chris right now. That is with that your connection with your god and also your natural perception kind of pick up on this like thrumming divinity, and you also pick up another divinity, smaller, but like it's a weird sense that like in layman's terms, you get the sense that Chris's domain right now in this current form is fighting with something else.
Chris, did you piss off the actual rat god?
I might have
Where did
taken
you
a
even
sip.
find it?
I might have taken a sip from the pool of Rat Godhood.
Why?
I needed support.
Are we not enough?
I needed the rats.
Whatever, go find your rats then.
I think they're off building a monument for me.
The rats?
Yes.
What in the gold mug?
I gave them cupcakes.
That's what you bought those cupcakes for. To give to rats. So that you could harness the power of the rat god for your own... This is so absurd. I'm gonna turn
Not
to
just
Zia.
that.
Are you hearing this?
But
This
to gain an ally in the fight.
So you've made a deal with the rat god then?
Not with the rat god, but with the rats. The rats think I'm the rat god.
So you're masquerading now? Tomorrow then? The bird god?
Maybe.
More like the absurd god.
It's not
Anyway,
it's not untrue.
Do you need something from us? Has Zero contacted you?
No, I just saw some chaos in town.
Well, you're
No,
not
I
wrong
showed
about
up.
that.
Chris, you spot, well, all of you spot, about 4 guards walk up to you. They kind of flank you, Chris, and they go, "Sir, ma'am, Rat, we have a few questions for you. You're gonna have to come with us."
Where are we going?
Just a few questions.
Okay. I'll follow.
Okay, and they kind of guide you to like two of them kind of like not really gently grab your arms, just kind of keep you restrained. The other two just kind of flank you as they kind of guide you down the street. As Riley, you just watch Chris just get casually arrested, I guess.
Well, from the sounds of it, they have the wrong guy. Do you want to see this play out?
Oh, very much, yeah.
All right, we're getting our primetime entertainment.
Okay. Zero. No idea this is all happening. Are you heading to the Cloud Dogs?
That's where the industrial level stealing would be taking place, right?
Yeah, you stole wealth, but now you have the chance to find like good
Oh, yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're on a roll.
Okay.
Plus, we do theoretically have an entire town's worth of people to provide for now in Teague, so fuck it, yeah.
Yeah. You despite your low perception, you are not blind to the fact that the guard presence has increased since your string of burglaries. And you make it to the Cloud Docks. Yeah, and you see like ships flying overhead, and like one ship flying overhead, one that's taking off. But you do see 2 still in the docks above, like these tall stone towers that kind of end into these forks where various airships of different kinds are there, basically either being resupplied, recrewed, repaired, and just being ready for boarding for every purpose whatsoever. Notably, there are also a bunch of warehouses and also houses of people that may work nearby here who may have some valuable stuff, possibly information, possibly like some other currency that isn't just wealth. Or you can tackle the warehouses, which are probably more material goods. Could be good. Could be a fluke.
Are you telling me to pick?
Yep.
Like, I can only have one?
You can have one for now, and if things go good, and it may make the other one harder.
If things go good.
If things go bad, it may make other harder.
I will start with the warehouse type of stuff, and then I'll decide if I want to hit up the homes.
Okay. As you begin to head to the warehouse sections, breaking in, not hard. Even with the increased guard presence, there's just so much space to cover that they can't possibly monitor all of it. Finding stuff that's worthwhile, that is a little trickier. So for that, make an investigation check. Okay.
Mind you, I'm open to anything. Like, we, again, have, like, a town of people to take care of now. So, anything.
Okay. You find the first batch of stuff is mostly mundane goods, which you kind of expected, to be honest. Like, no one's going to be shipping, like, mass quantities of, like, healing potions. That would be insane. But you do find a lot of raw material goods. The first one you actually find is a bunch of hardtack. Like, a lot of it. You're not sure why there's so much hardtack on a crate, but there is. The crate itself is probably, it's shorter than you, but it's still a crate full of hardtack. And there's actually a couple crates identical to this, so there's a lot of, like, just dried, like, pilot's bread hardtack just in these containers. You also find a bunch of, like, bolts of leather cloth. Not leather cloth, just like linen cloth, that's what it is. Just raw, unprocessed, just strips so people can make stuff out of it if they wanted to. And you find a whole bunch of like building materials, like nails, wood, like pre-cut bricks and everything, mortar as well, or at least the chemicals needed to make mortar. I should find like the first batch of warehouses for the first like 2 hours.
It's easier to sew the hardtack and the fabric, but the building materials sound more valuable.
Yeah. You know where they are. You're not sure how long they'll be here. But you come back for them another time. You do have a bag of holding.
Yeah, but I have to bring my dragon. For wood and bricks and nails, enough to build houses and things, I probably need the dragon. Or a Chris.
Yeah, you're not gonna build a whole city, but like one house, maybe two.
That's true.
Yeah, up to you.
I think for now, everything that we find in the warehouse areas, I will pass on it.
Okay.
Mostly because I don't think we'll really take enough of it, to really make a huge difference. Like, I guess I can take some of the hardtack. How heavy are the crates? You said they're smaller than me, but they're still plenty big, right?
Yeah, like they're wider than you. They're probably like, I want to say 3 feet in every dimension. Like a video game sized crate where you crouch behind and avoid taking gunfire.
Sure. I will see about emptying a couple of crates in my bag of holding and then emptying a couple of crates in Claudine's bag of holding if she'll let me, and then we'll take that hardtack. But I think we could also, like, if we're worried about feeding Teague, we could also benefit from hunting some more, but that's a different day.
Yeah. As shitty as the hardtack is, these crates of hardtack is going to keep the city going for at least a few weeks. As you fill your bag of holding with hardtack and run out of space, and have to use Claudine's, she accepts, but she looks at you with like the deadest eyes possible that you are filling her bag full of like valuables, magical items, and like wealth with like bread, functionally. Okay.
Give her a little forehead kiss.
She bites your chin. Okay. Yeah, but those are the first batch of warehouses. Make a stealth check. For impact. Yeah, no one's gonna notice. No one's gonna notice that for a long time. Our presence does not increase. You continue searching warehouses to try to find something good, or you can try to go for those houses.
Go for those houses.
Okay, you go ahead for the houses, straight across, as you and the girls are having like this, like giggle, like teenage kids about to like egg someone's house during Halloween, kind of like mischief, like giggling mischief. Meanwhile, Chris is being detained.
For your crimes!
It's just funny. It's just funny.
Yeah.
No, he fucking escapes all of his own consequences. He can take some of mine. It's fine.
That's the only
He won't
thing you
actually
get.
see the consequences. He'll just get to endure for like a little bit.
Chris, you are led to a small guardhouse. And it's pretty small, but it has a basement. As you're being led in, the guard unlocks the door at the gate and leads you into this building as the gates closes. These large metal bars that kind of separate the outside of the guardhouse from the interior. Riley, you watch this as your compatriot is shepherded into a small little guardhouse.
I can't go in, can I?
I mean, you not like kicking in the front door. Well, you could, honestly, but that'll cause its own problems. It's up to you what you want to do. You can't legally get in unless you do something wacky.
I'll turn to Zia. So I could get in there, but I can't bring you with me. Is that all right?
That's fine. I mean, every heist or stakeout needs a lookout. Yeah.
Well, I can do one better. I can get in there without leaving your side. The problem is you'll have to look after me.
I do that enough already.
Fair enough. I am going to cast Mislead.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'm gonna fucking invis through the wall and just have a look.
Okay. It's a... Can it pass through physical objects?
Yeah, I believe it can, yeah.
Double
One
check
of
that.
them can. It might be Project Image. And if it is Project Image... Oh, actually, it doesn't... It's an illusory double. It doesn't say anything about where it can and cannot go.
Make it move twice. Okay. I'll say your illusionary double has to be... It can go anywhere that you can go. It is illusory, so it can't interact with stuff, but like I would say it still follows the laws of physics.
Alright, I'll just sneak it in the door.
Okay. Make a stealth check. There is a guard at the door, but you might be able to...
And the illusory double is invisible and illusory.
You become invisible. The double is very much you for misleading.
Wait, I thought I could switch between... Oh, hold on. Maybe it's Project Image? Nope. For some reason, I thought the illusory double was...
No. It is. It's meant to mislead people, so it'd be...
Oh,
you know,
right.
So, like, you become invisible, and then you, quote-unquote, you, in quotations, go somewhere else. But you are invisible, and you can escape.
I see. Okay. Alright, so as I cast it then, with my illusory double will turn to Zia. Yeah, body's invisible right now. Kind of sat somewhere around here, the last place you saw me.
Yeah, she kind of just hooks her arms around yours. I know where you are.
Alright, solid. Wish me luck. I will attempt to bargain with the guard.
Sure. How do you do that?
Hey, you guys just took somebody that's part of my merry band of fools in. I would like to see what's going on there.
Make a persuasion check. It's not possible. Certainly with your charisma. Oh yeah. You see the guard at the gate. Kind of goes, "You mean rat head guy?"
Yeah, that weird guy.
He kind of looks at you, and you're just kind of like, you're downstairs in the basement. He kind of looks up and down, like sees your gear. All right, I mean, the chief's gonna be have to, post bail, maybe. Depends. I don't know. It's questioning. It's not. We're not gonna rough him up. Probably. I shouldn't be telling you this. Sorry. Yeah, I should go ahead. And he locks the gate for you. And see a guard kind of like look up in surprise, but begins to escort you to where Rathead Guy is. Rathead Guy. That is what the guards affectionately call you the entire time you're down here. You get guided downstairs into a small room with a swinging lantern. Ale-stained table that looks like it hasn't seen use other than being used to drink ale off of. And you see a portly human guard, like really like 5'1", like in a chair, thick mustache, like helmet on the table. Kind of goes, "All right, what do we got here? Sit down."
I sit.
You sit down. This is the most beating I've seen you beat. You sit down, and like it's a creaky old chair. This lamp is swinging. It's completely windowless and featureless otherwise, as the door behind you closes. The chief gets up and begins to circle you. You're tall. This guy's pretty short. you're sitting down and he's standing up, and you're about equal height. As he circles you. So, you been up to any shady business recently?
What do you mean by shady business?
Well, there have been a couple of eyewitness reports of a rat guy floating through the town, and he kind of like slaps a really crude drawing of a flying T-posing rat through the air. He goes, "Perfect escape mechanism for burglaries."
I assure you, I did not steal anything.
I'll be the judge of that. He kind of points to your bags. Empty them.
I empty the bags.
Okay. What do you have in your inventory? Are you emptying everything out, bag of holding?
Yeah, I'll try and keep like the guns in there.
Okay.
In my bag.
Sure. Make a sleight of hand or deception check. I'll say that's your choice. Nice. As you begin to pull items out of your bag, like one by one, he goes, "Ah, a bag of holding. Too all familiar with you crooks. Turn it inside out. There'll be no secrets then."
I'll turn it inside out.
Okay. The entirety of your inventory's contents is divulged to him. I'm gonna look through the character sheet. I'm gonna try to look for any illicit goods you may have there.
Well, there's probably some arcanium in there.
There's probably some arcanium in there. You also have monster fish staff, a lot of potions. Oh boy. Sorry, I need to go to the. Sorry, I need to be on that. I need to be on the screen for a little bit. You got guns. You got do you still have the fucking laser rifler?
I think I gave it away.
What's this? 9 vials of arcanium.
Oh, I was just about to turn that in.
Make it a 7 check with disadvantage. As he begins to pick up these various like gemstones and like dusts and stuff you have as well, he goes, "And what about these? You're gonna turn these in as well? You know, there's been a couple of these gemstones about the same size gone missing today, and I think I found my perp."
Wait, what are the what gemstones?
He picks up the guns you have. "And if thievery isn't enough for you, firearm smuggling as well. The lengths people will go to these days."
Yeah, you got the wrong guy.
I like this NPC's voice a lot. That's funny.
He's very much the generico police chief.
Criminal scum.
Criminal scum. Yeah, Riley, you walk in. You actually have to wait for the guards to open the door for you because you can't physically interact with anything. But you stand there at the guards. You hear the last like 20 seconds of this conversation. He begins to accuse, probably rightfully, Chris of drug possession, firearm smuggling, and thievery. But you just stand at the door waiting for the guard to open the door for you. As you do, and you say,
Yeah, you got the wrong guy.
"Who the hell are you?"
I'm this idiot's manager.
"Ah, his accomplice.
Manager.
Turn out your bags."
I would, but I can't.
"Oh, and why's that?"
Well, you see, and he'll walk up to him and place his hand on his shoulder, and then press it deeper and phase through him.
Yeah, as you push your hand through his body, he goes, "What the hell are you? A spirit come to haunt me from my dark and seedy past?"
No, I'm just a traveler, man. I know how to use magic.
Heresy, I would say, in another life. What are you doing here?
I'm trying to get my idiot back.
Your idiot's in possession of drugs, firearm smuggling, and burglary, all in the span of 24 hours.
He absolutely did not do that last thing.
And I'm supposed to take the word of a perp? A crook?
What, you're going to accuse me now?
Can I do something?
What would you like to do?
Can I cast time stop?
You most certainly can. This seems like the time to do it, to cast a godly 9th level spell.
Okay, I'll cast it.
Okay, roll one... Hold on. Roll 1d4. That's how many rounds of actions you get.
1d4 plus 1?
Yep. Three. You have exactly, 18 seconds to do something. This includes... Can you cast spells? You can, they just can't damage anybody. Well, they can, but it'll stop it. If
Can I
recall.
collect my items real quick?
Yeah. I'll say that takes a whole round to do, because you dumped everything, but you can just open the bag and just shove everything in.
And then I will cast teleport out of there.
Okay. Are you... I guess Riley's a loser, right? Do you cast teleport? Where are you going to?
I kind of go in... Can I go to an alley, like, near the bakery I was at?
Yeah, you know that place. At least you've been to it in the past, like, hour, so... Yeah, as you teleport there. Make a perception check, actually. It's daytime, but it's one of those days where it's, like, relatively clear. Not a lot of clouds, and you can see the moon in the sky, like, reflected in the sunlight. I always like looking at that in real life, actually, like seeing the moon during daytime. It's kind of cool. Last time you saw it vibrating, if I recall, right? Like, it was just shaking in space. Yeah. Something has changed. You can see visibly now, with time stop. The moon looks like the moon. It's bigger than normal, but you can see across the entire center circumference of the moon, there's a pretty sizable crack forming. Like a giant fault line just got split straight through the center of the moon. It's still vibrating.
Does it look like recent? Does it look natural, or does it look artificial?
It looks natural in the sense that, like, if you saw this on Earth, like, you would think it was just like a fault line. Like, you wouldn't think much of it other than, wow, that's a cool, like, crack in the ground. You know what the moon looks like. You've seen it a lot. That crack is not there. Like, it looks natural, it looks naturally formed, but the fact that it wasn't there 24 hours ago is a little alarming to you.
And can I only see it in time stop, or?
Great question. Time stop's still active. You have one round left.
Is it reminiscent of what I would think the Selenic Ridge looks like from far away?
The Selenic Ridge is like a mountain range.
Yeah.
This doesn't look like a mountain range. It looks like a giant crack.
Just a crack.
Just a crack, yeah. Like a crack in a sidewalk. It's like one giant squiggly line, jagged, but it's relatively straight through the center.
Okay. I think I'll just keep an eye on the moon, but I'll try and get into a place that no one would know where I was.
Okay.
Before time stop ends.
Yeah. It's a very weird sensation as you're in time stop too, as everything has stopped. everything. Like, you don't hear birds, you don't hear wind. You can almost see, like, the waves of you parting the air around you, but the air staying in place, like a liquid, like water. The entire city has just gone silent in these 18 seconds, but as you just kind of descend deeper into the alley and feel the spell slipping. And as it does, you're keeping an eye on the moon. The spell fades. The moment time resumes, the moon just returns back to its normal-looking self.
That's a weird occurrence.
Riley.
At that point, like,
Oh.
I drop a disguise self.
for rat guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then I try and find like Riley or Zero.
Okay. Yeah, Riley, you're in the guardhouse with the chief. Chris just straight vanishes, like straight up. He didn't even cast a spell. He just went from there and he's just gone. You didn't even blink. He just vanished out of existence.
All my stuff is gone too.
Yeah. Like, it's as if Chris just got scrubbed from reality. Like, he's no longer in this room. The police chief has his back turned towards Chris, and he goes, "I have half a mind to lock you up with your accomplice here."
Well, we didn't do anything, so I don't think that's going to be happening.
Didn't do anything. Take a look at this. And he points to the now empty floor where there used to be just like a neat stack of 9 drugs. He kind of
Take a look at what exactly?
He looks at you with, like, just... His face goes full red, like tomato red. This was part of your plan, wasn't it? A heist of the century. Break out your accomplice from the jail.
Oh, I would love to claim the accolades on this one, but I don't know what he did.
He begins to, like, crush his knuckles into the wood of the wood of the table. And you see there's, like, knuckle indents where he's probably done this a lot as he looks at you with just, like, pure rage in his eyes. Chief Maximilian Mose is gonna hunt you down to the ends of the earth. This is the last thing I goddamn do.
Hey man, I'm right here. Don't have to hunt
He
me.
flips the table that goes completely through your physical form. Don't fuck with me!
Look,
You made
man,
an
you need
enemy
to-
here today, and I'm not gonna forget it as long as I live.
And I made allies.
With a bunch of hobos in the junkyard. Yeah, you did.
I don't... Look, man, there's no reason to be so upset.
Plenty
That
of
wasn't
reason
your
to be
perk.
upset.
That wasn't your guy. I overheard.
Who was it then, Swise guy?
No idea. Wasn't him, though.
Fuck you. Get out of my sight before I track down where you really are and break your legs with the heavy hammer of the law.
That fuck you.
You sure you don't need, like, I don't know, a tea or something, man?
You sound like my wife, who left me. Now
Well,
all
maybe-
the consolation I need is at the bottom of a glass of whiskey.
That seemed like a really unhealthy coping mechanism.
Fuck you. Guards, take him away. The guards, they're grabbing your wrist and nothing happens.
I'm gonna cry. This guy's voice sounds like Lego Batman. Like, I can't get over this. In a good way.
Well, I suppose I should go find out where my idiot went.
You should go find out what size cell you need. Hint XS. Extra small for scum like you.
I'm gonna turn to the guards. I'm gonna be like, is he always like this?
Yeah, he is.
That sounds exhausting, man. I'm sorry you have to deal with that.
It's okay. Look, just play along, alright? You didn't technically do a crime, I guess.
I don't think my rat idiot friend did either.
Well, he also did just escape from... This is a resisting arrest now, so... Yes, he did do something wrong
guess-
now.
Well, that's his business, not mine.
Would you mind kind of playing along and fitting your wrists in the size of my hands?
I mean, I don't really want to make it look out like I've been made into a villain. I had nothing to do with any of this. I just wanted to see where this was going.
I mean, you're free to go, just... You know, the chief's gonna just yell at you until you get out. And he's gonna yell at us for not doing our jobs.
Nah, you guys are fine.
Well, he doesn't know that.
Do you guys want, like, a tea or something?
Well, if you got some, yeah.
I don't, but I got gold.
Thanks for getting my hopes up. You're guided to the front door.
I assume Zia is, like, right there.
Yeah, holding nothing, but it's you.
Perfect. I'll just walk straight back into my body and be like, alright. And then I'll get out my gold pouch. Be like, well... Yeah, you guys deserve a little bit of bonus for putting up with that. I'll give them a platinum each. How many are there?
In the guardhouse, probably like... The ones that interact with you, probably like 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give those 2 a platinum each.
Okay. Make a stealth check. Just for fun.
Stealth.
Cool. You take a that platinum piece and hand it out, and they take it because they're fucking underpaid guards. You put the coin into the guy's hand as the chief kicks down the door, looks over and sees the exchange happening, and he looks at the guard. Taking briberies from criminals, huh? You're going downtown. As the guard eyes goes wide, he gets grabbed.
His own guard.
Yeah, he grabs the guy from the scruff and throws him to the guardhouse. He looks to you,
right.
Riley. He goes, I better not see your face in town again, or it's the slammer for life.
I'm gonna cast sending to him. And I'm gonna just say, dude, you need to chill out.
The voices are back. Time to find consolation at the bottom of a whiskey glass.
I have hold monster. No, I don't. I have power word stun. Does that only work at half HP? It's 150 or less.
Oh, this guy's barely in double digits.
Do I power word stun him as a power move? I can also dominate monster, but does that? I don't think that works on humans, right? No, a creature you can see within range.
Yeah, monster is everything.
Okay.
What do you want to do? Kazakh spell on him would legitimately make you a criminal.
Oh, it would? Okay. I'm not going to then.
By definition, you are assaulting an officer of the law.
Yeah, that checks out, actually.
He, as he throws the other guard in, he goes to the other one who he didn't see take the bribe. He throws the, shitty rat picture of, Rat Jesus T-posing with the sky. I want this picture up on every notice board in town. Do it by sundown or you're fired. And he closes the door behind him and the guard slowly whispers, there's only one picture. How am I supposed to put this up in every... Okay, and he just walks off.
Wait, I'm gonna stop him. Hey, if you find yourself without employ, make your way to Golmud. Seem honest enough. Think I can trust you with my ship?
Make a persuasion check to hire this random guy for your ship.
Persuasion. Yeah.
He strips off like the metal chainmail he has and throws on the ground. Fuck this! He like crumples the rat picture and throws him to the alley. I'm gonna follow my dreams of being a sailor I didn't know I wanted to be till just now. And he stalks off into the distance to presumably get like a bandana to put over his head to look more sailory. Maybe getting.
Hey, wait. I'm gonna give him 10 gold. And
That's
be
a
like,
better
well,
idea. Get supplies for the trip. I was just gonna start walking there.
Well, just hit up the Sea Spears, tell them Riley sent you, and you'll be fine. I think. I can't promise anything.
All right, Sea Spears, Riley. Okay, that's you? Sea Spears,
That's
Riley?
me.
Okay.
That's me.
All right, I got in with the boss. I'm gonna be famous. As he now has 10 gold.
Yep.
More money he's seen for the last year. Okay.
Does the other guy look injured?
The other guy's inside the guardhouse, so you have no idea.
The one that got thrown to the ground?
He got thrown into the guardhouse, and then the door closed.
Oh, into the guard. Oh, okay. I'm gonna open up the guardhouse.
Okay. It is locked, but I guess the guy threw down the key, so you could open it again if you want to.
I'll open it.
Yeah, you open the door.
How's the guy who got thrown looking?
He looks fine. Like he's in armor. He didn't get like injured, but he does have this 5'1" mustachioed like tomato of a man yelling directly into his face.
I'll interject and I'll be like, hey, you left this outside, and I'll just give the guard the key.
Yeah, as he takes the key, he goes, "Thank you." And the chief goes, "You're not talking to him. You're talking to me. Make fucking eye contact when you're looking at me." There's a lot of spit. There's a lot. Like, the dude's. You're not sure if he's sweating, the guard, or that's all spit. You're not sure which one is worse. Well, you know which one is worse, honestly.
Mm.
The guard looks at you. He goes, "This happens once a week."
I'm sorry for your loss. Your colleague. Well, you probably won't see him again.
The gods have mercy on whoever replaces him. The chief goes, "Gods, you're gonna need the gods and all their help when I'm through with you."
Alright, man. Whatever helps you sleep at night, I guess.
The chief looks at you. "I don't sleep. That's when the voices come back."
And you haven't... You should maybe hit up the Hall of the Ten. Have them help with that a little bit.
"I'm not fucked in the head. You're fucked in the head." You guys turning surfer bra all of a sudden.
I'm gonna turn to the guard. Hey, so is there like a method of filing complaints, or...
Yeah, you would take it up with a local guardhouse. Probably not this one.
Where can I find a different one?
There's one a couple blocks down.
Which direction?
West, closer to the Lustrous Market.
Alright. I'll keep my eyes peeled.
Abetting criminals with directions? You're going down, bub.
Do you think they would take my complaint seriously? What is this man's name, anyway?
Chief Maximilian Mose. Remember it. It's gonna be the last name you ever hear.
No. I'm quite long-lived. I'm probably older than you as is.
I'm gonna kill you.
You're welcome to try. And Riley's just gonna hold his body out. He's gonna like go T-pose.
You're not worth the effort, scum.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna head down to the other guardhouse.
Sure. Yeah, in that time, Zero. You wanna do more raids?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. It's not, well, it's still daytime, so you're still fine. People are still at work. But this place is, like, there's a lot more roaming here. Like, Lush's Market has a lot of people staying in one spot, window shopping. There's a lot of people just kind of go taking, like, alleyways. It's more, yeah, a more industrious part of the town in some capacity. And some of these houses are not just homes, but they're also offices. You see some of them, like, you sneaking through the windows and everything. The outside has, like, signage for, like, different companies and such, not unlike the Silverwind area, the paper trail. Mostly shipping and, like management stuff. And as you sneak into the windows, you see beds, but also simultaneously desks with, like, cabinets and stuff. It's like a hybrid. And some of these offices are in use. But you try to find ones aren't. Make a stealth check again. Okay. Okay, now roll a d100 for pure luck. See what you find. Jesus. Okay. So you're not spotted, clearly. You do begin to sense that, like, the guards are starting to catch up to you. You've been thieving for a while, and with the aid of the girls around you, like, they're good at what they do. At this point, you do notice that Nyx, the whole time, is beginning to lag behind. Like, she hasn't done this in a long time, and also, she's also not at the demigod level that you and Claudine are both at this point. So, almost like memories, this is kind of not dissimilar to, like, the moment you lost Nyx to begin with. She was a good thief, but, like, she also had, like, made stupid decisions occasionally. And, like, her now kind of, like, slowing down the group is drudging up memories. But how you want to interact with that is up to you. She's here now, and she seems to be okay. You find one bunch of valuables. I'll say another 3,000 split between the three of you, so that'd be another 1,000 for you as well. Just in miscellaneous, like gems and gold and platinum and such. So that's a hefty haul of just stealing shit from people.
I think if and not if, but like, yeah, when Zero notices Nyx falling behind, I think up until this point, Zero probably was a little bit lighthearted about it because Zero is very confident with their ability to steal, and Claudine and Nyx, and then seeing I think little flickers of that old era of Nyx and a reminder of what happened. I think Zero kind of loses a little bit of that, like, pep, and is just, like, hyper vigilant, like, watching Nyx. Almost like I would like, if I know we're not doing any rolls, it seems, as of right now, for, like, jumping or ability checks and shit like that, but if we are, Zero is putting in, like, a conscious effort to help her wherever they can.
you are jumping between the rooftops actually, especially around here where a lot of the offices are like second floor. There's one jump in particular, straight across the street with guards below, rooftop to rooftop. For a brief flash, as they're sailing through the air, Claudia makes it first. She has no issues jumping and climbing. You make it next, no issues. You look back and you see the exact moment that everything went wrong. You don't see the streets of Abetis. You see desert landscape. You see like hanging, like lanterns by wooden posts, hanging bodies from hanging posts. You see the yellow garb of the dogma below, hounding you like dogs nipping at meat. And across the street, a younger twin-horned Nyx about to make the same jump. And as she does, you see her sail and catches her foot wrong. As she begins to slip, you instinctively reach your hand out like you did last time, but this time you're quicker. This time you are wiser. And this time you've learned. As you begin to reach for her hand, she does slip, but you grab it just in time, and as it does, that haze, this illusion in your brain fades as you see the horn's gone, but in this moment, you have Nyx by the hand. As you pull her up, there's this... Oh, how do you feel about it?
I think despite the fact that it was like a save, it was still a close enough call that Zero's like, yeah, a little too hyper vigilant about it and like a bit shaken up by it. Like as soon as Zero pulls her from falling, Zero like pulls her hard as fuck, like closer to like inward on the roof to get away from the edge. I think to the point where like, yeah, maybe Zero stumbles a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. It almost ends up being like, as you pull her hard, she like, just someone you pull her in like really, really hard as instinctively. And she kind of almost crashes into you as you kind of just like holds onto you to keep her balance, and it just kind of just stays there for a couple seconds. And I don't know if she's ever like touched you for a long period of time, but like in this moment you feel she is warm. She is here and she is present. Atoning for past mistakes. Yeah, and she stays there for like
by making current mistakes.
Like making current mistakes. She stays there for like a long amount of time that Claudine sort of looks at this and she kind of forcibly parts the two of you.
Wait, Claudine parts off?
Yeah, like she stays there for like 10 seconds, just holding onto your arm as you're holding onto her, because she's kind of keeping your weight on you, and you kind of have to keep her from falling down. And she stays there for like 10 seconds as Claudine kind of just like slap both her hands together like a fish, and then just kind of puts it between you like a wedge, and then just kind of slowly parts the two of you.
Can I inside check that?
Make an insight check. She's a little jealous. She didn't like that. She understood it, but she didn't like it.
Can I insight Nyx as well?
Make an insight check. She's hard to read in the best of times now. Whatever bubbly personality she has, you can't be sure whether that's an act or not anymore. Like she's been low and serious with you, but then she's been kind of like upbeat, like in public, and you're not even sure what she does on her own. It's hard to tell, but like, I don't know. She's lingering there for a reason. What that reason is, you're not entirely sure. Okay. But searching through these houses, unless you want to interact with the girls anymore at this point.
No.
Okay. The luck roll was pretty intense.
I never remember. Am I supposed to be going high or low?
I generally use low as a better result because anytime a percentage roll uses for like a class thing, they use like your level or below typically. So for D&D, I use low as a good result.
Interesting.
You enter one house. You've processed into like 9 other houses before this one, honestly. The sun is still out. What time is it actually? I need to check. Yeah, you spent 3 hours doing this. Let's see, another 3 doing that. You've been thieving for 6 hours. Long time, half and half. So whatever the boys are doing, you're not going to see them until they're fully done and waiting. But in this moment, you enter as a house office, totally innocuous, the same as you've been the other 9 houses you bust into. You bust in, lockpick, easy. No security system or anything. There's a dog, but Claudine just has like just spare meat for this specific occasion. And you're in. You start looting the place. You see a bust that looks like it's been like cut by the neck, so it's just shoulders, interestingly. Begin rifling through just like, the stuff for valuables and such. There is an office. So you've looted through a bunch of papers before, but like almost none of them interested you. There is something that catches your eye. You're not sure why. There's something about it. It's a piece of paper. As the girls are just looting the place, ransacking, your eyes are transfixed to this piece of paper. It's like, this is the wrong term. It's instinctually hypnotic. And you're not sure why. It's like you're looking at this sheet of paper. It's slightly weathered. It looks old. Make an investigation check. Okay. The piece of paper is blank. There's some instinctual drive inside you that says this piece of paper is important. And as you're looking around, this office isn't just full of loot, it also hasn't been used in a long time. Like, there's layers of dust on the desks. Like, the chair is like nice wood, but you can see like it's aged and like creaking, and it's also covered in dust. There's buildup of termites in like the corner. They're just beginning to nest. Like, no self-respecting nobleman or merchant, anyone of any class, would allow their office to become this gross.
Oh no.
What would you like to do?
I have a slight hunch who this might belong to, but I want to keep investigating. Can I investigate the paper? You said it doesn't have anything on it?
No, but there's something in your brain that's like, this is important. You generally do not know why. It's just a sheet of paper. It's weathered and old, but it's just a sheet of paper.
I want to keep investigating.
Okay. There's a couple places you can try and investigate. There's the desks, which you saw the piece of paper on the top, but you haven't checked the drawers or anything. You check behind paintings. Actually, there's a couple paintings that are already been checked because that's where people keep safes. You check the floorboards. What are you looking for, if anything? Like, just anything, I guess, interesting?
Anything to identify who this place belonged to? Like, is there a safe or anything?
You can look for a safe. In fact, Claudia already found one. It's behind a painting. It always is. And she's already cracked it, and inside there's a bunch of gems. You can make another investigation check if you'd like to. Okay. You begin poking around, and the bust, that's the weird part to you. There's a bust that has no head at all. And like, people make busts to have a facial, like a head to like, you know, like see like how accurate this guy did my head. Is basically like a painting in real life. I mean, it made out of stone. It's a status symbol basically. This is just shoulders. It's just a clean break, and like that weirds you out. You begin rooting around, and there's something drawing to that headless bust. It's just sitting there, like no one in the room has even paid attention to it. But you begin looking for something that to do with it. You begin searching for it. You know this bust is important somehow. You know that sheet of paper is important somehow. What do you want to try?
It's just a blank piece of paper, right? You said.
Yeah. Yep.
How flat is the cut of where the head is removed? Like, is it like a rough cut, like it broke off, or is it like a clean cut?
It's pretty clean.
Can I lay it on the clean cut?
Sure. You lay it on the clean cut, and like at first, like nothing really happens, and you try to pull the piece of paper away, and it's stuck. Like it's like it just got glued on instantly somehow. You begin to see writing appear. What languages do you speak?
I think just common and infernal. And thieves can't.
Common, infernal, thieves can't. What do Venix speak? She speaks even less languages than you. Claudine speaks a good amount, actually. Common, infernal, and thieves can't. Okay. You can't make out any of these symbols at all. Claudine looks over as she's beginning looting. She's like stuffing gems into her bag. You notice with the investigation, these symbols aren't even the same. They're not just different symbols. They're different, like, typographs. They're different, like, languages, possibly, entirely. But Claudine looks, like, the first word is, like, very cursive and, like very, like, elegant. The next word is, like, if they're words at all, the next word is, like, very rough and rugged. The other one is just symbols, like, it's square geometric. Like, it's very strange. Claudine looks over and says, "Beware." I don't know what the rest is. What is this?
I don't know. It was sitting on the desk, and I put it on the bust.
Nyx at this point, like, as the two of you have gathered, this is also to her attention. Well, I mean, there wasn't really any magical stuff from the other ones. Why is this one special?
What happens if I try to... Can I remove the paper from the bust anymore, or is it just on there?
It seemed to be just stuck on there, but you can try something like else if you like to. Physical force doesn't seem to really tear it or even remove it.
How heavy is the bust? Is it like actual, like, life-size, like, chest up to neck?
It's not life-sized. You can try lifting it if you like to.
Sure.
Okay. It does not move at all.
What is it affixed to? Like a...
It's just
podium pillar thing?
yeah, it's just like it's just sequestered into like a, there's like a wine cabinet to the left of it. To the right, there's just a bunch of cabinets. It's just sequestered on like a shelf that's like attached to the wine cabinet, basically, just between the two. Like, it's just very innocuous looking. The cabinet is just made of wood.
Is there something like is the cabinet like does it have cabinet drawers like doors where I can open it and see if there's something underneath on the other side of the wood from the bust?
You can move the cabinet and try to look around the other side if you want to.
Yeah, sure. To see if this is like one fixture of stone built down into the ground, or if it's just weirdly attached to this one spot.
Yeah, you move the cabinet, which you can. It's just a metal cabinet. You look behind. No, there's space between the shelving and the wall. The bust, it looks like it's wood the entire way down, but you haven't. Yeah, and as you even open the shelves, like below the bust, it's just like stuff. There's like a fountain pen in one of them, which Claudine very swiftly nicks. There is like some sort of like almost like a stress toy kind of thing. It's like these two like metal clicker things where you kind of like swing it back and forth and it makes these cool clack noises. It's mostly bullshit, but the bus is just sitting on top of all that. Yeah, you can try looking elsewhere around the room if you like as well.
Sure, I'd like to keep investigating around the room if possible, because I'm stumped here with the bust and the paper.
Okay. As you begin looking around the room, now that the girls are attracted to this, they're also looking at not just valuables, but looking for evidence now. And they've switched their focuses to other things. This has become a detective, like a mystery now instead of a heist. Claudine actually does something stupid, but given the circumstances, maybe not. She opens the door to the other rooms. There's only one other door here, and she opens it and looks outside. Cobwebs and dust. No one's been in here a long time. No footprints. Interesting. Make another investigation check. Okay. You find where the girls have already searched, but they just weren't looking, because why would they? You find locked behind a shelving unit built into the wall itself with a glass panel around it. There's a lock on it. It was kind of hidden behind a bunch of furniture and stuff, and they just never bothered looking. You can try lockpicking if you like to.
I'd love to.
Sure. You put your lockpicks in and you're expecting an easy lock. The interior of this lock makes no sense at all. Do you remember that tri-lock in the Silverwind office, like the first time? It was like a weird, like extra like complicated lock.
Yeah.
This lock makes that look like a child's toy. You put your lockpicks in this thing, and there is no like geometric way this lock makes sense physically. The tumblers shift all the time. There are sometimes no tumblers. There are scrap pieces of metal, you think, because that's what you feel, jutting out of places. You put your lockpick deeper into the lock than there's physically space for it to go. It takes you a solid 5 minutes to unlock this lock. And you're not sure how either, because you're just going through pure instinct, through sheer know-how, through sheer talent, through sheer assistance from God. This lock, slowly over the course of 5 minutes, begins to succumb to your thievery skills. There is clicks and cracks, moans, screaming from this lock. It doesn't look special. It looks like any other humdrum lock. But eventually, when you unlock it, you open it up and there's this gasp as the door to the shelving unit with this book inside begins to almost draw breath for the first time in eons. And then the book's just in front of you. It's a very simple brown book. It looks just as aged as that piece of paper, honestly. No cover or anything. There's just a simple latch keeping the covers together.
I would like to pick up the book.
Okay. You begin to pick up the book. It's an art book. There's sketches of all different styles. There's some are just like crude, like charcoal drawings. Some are immaculately detailed ink. Some are painted. Some look like they've been, for real purposes, like in better version, photographed. The technology hasn't really been around that long yet in this world. There's photographs of specifically one subject for pages and pages and pages, dozens and dozens, from end to end. There are pictures of tongues of all different kinds. Like, some are forked, some are like human, some are small, some are big, some are warty. All tongues. Some are anatomically correct, some have artistic liberties, some are gruesomely ripped out, some are clean and kid-friendly. Tongues.
I take the book.
You take the book?
Yeah.
Sure. Nick sort of looks around this room and is just like, I mean, other than this weird shit that's going on, we kind of rolled this place to valuables. What do you want to do?
I want to return to the paper with the symbols and stuff on it.
Sure.
The paper on the bust.
Mm-hmm. You turn there, you go there, and it's still there.
Are there any blank pieces of paper still in the book?
Yes. One at the very end.
Can I take the fountain pen that Claudine took, and can I copy the text that's in these different languages on the paper? Onto
Sure.
the paper that I have in the book.
Sure. As you begin to copy the text, like just word for word or symbol for symbol, you begin to copy it. You write it in at the very end.
I still can't remove the paper from the bust.
You can try if you'd like to.
I would like to try.
It still seems to be locked on there.
There's something I want to say out loud, but I don't know if I'm going to quote it correctly. I'm not going to quote it correctly. It's been so fucking long. It's been so fucking long since we've heard this sentence in game, like literally years.
I have no idea what's going on.
I want to look down at the paper, and you said I can't pull it off, right?
No.
I want to say out loud. Fuck, Simon, I don't know. I'm okay. I'm going to DM you what the quote is pertaining to. I need you to tell me the exact quote I'm thinking of from sessions ago, okay?
Okay.
Because I want to say it out loud correctly the first time, but I need to remember what it is exactly.
Okay. Yeah. DM me what you think it is.
Just tell me if I get it right.
Sure. That is the quote you're remembering correctly, yes.
That's exactly as it was said last time.
Yeah.
I'm just going to try to say out loud as I'm looking down at the paper. I'm just going to say, "Beware the silver tongue."
These symbols begin to
Oh,
form.
fuck.
These symbols begin to form. To disassemble. They begin to move and dance across the page like dappled spotlights of sunlight through trees. They begin to just dip and dive, almost three-dimensionally, in and out, growing and like falling in size. It begins to conglomerate into a single ink mass. and it begins to form like the shape of almost like a donut, but like the thick ink edges. Then it hits you that there's like a little bubble that is free of ink in the center, and that bubble is moving into kind of like ocean, like the circular ocean of ink that it's surrounded in. It's moving kind of like an eye as it kind of like shifts around and eventually locks onto your gaze. You hear in your brain the exact same phrase. No particular voice in particular. Just beware the silver tongue. You hear also in your brain, have you forgotten what you look like?
I'll say yes.
The ink begins to disassemble. It begins to form a portrait. You see a man, kind of long hair, like a beard, like kind of like the twin-tailed, like a braid, lavish looking. Kind of like it kind of shades in the skin tone, kind of like tanned, as like rings around the beard, kind of like keeping it taut. Long hair, beautiful man. You recognize this man.
Is that fucking Tannen Lorig?
In your brain, you are Tannen Lorig. You are the vice president of Silver One Trading Company.
Chat, what does this mean?
I was right.
Chris was right. I'm mad.
So wait, hold on a second. Is he betraying us? Or is he just a freaky little guy?
I don't know. I think he's scamming us. But also, we have no evidence of anything foul being had right now.
He is really good at shutting down any attempts to, maybe he really is just a fan of the Xodiacs.
What were we told? Were we already under the impression that he was the vice president of the? Or what? Sorry, Simon. What did you call him?
We
I
already
said
knew
vice
that.
president. Yeah, he was basically the second in command of Silverwind. Like, you knew this.
Yeah,
And we
he
already
was
knew
the
that
number-
much.
Yeah, we knew he was the number 2.
But this place belongs to Tannen. Is what you're saying, right?
Possibly.
This proves that his
Hasn't-
magical ability is much more than he says it is.
Or it also proves. I don't want to say it proves this. The man that we have been speaking to may not be Tannen.
I have his
Interesting.
hair.
What'd you say, Chris?
I have his hair.
Gonna make a clone of him or something and see
No,
what
I
happens.
I can summon him.
We've read his mind. We've rifled through everything. Okay, so this place belongs to Tannen, but there's no evidence of foul play being done here.
Where
We
did
just robbed Tannen.
where did we first hear "Beware the Silver Tongue"?
The
That was from Zal.
Oh, Zal.
Yep.
Was it Zal? Okay, I thought it was the Buck's head. Fuck.
It could have been the Buckset as well, but we also heard it from Zal.
Yeah, I think it was the Bucks at first. I think Zol may have repeated it.
Beware the silver tongue. I mean, for that to have been Tannen's like password here, I don't know if them telling us beware the silver tongue was necessarily like a prophecy in the sense that we would need to know that information one day to crack this code, or in a literal warning sense about him in particular, or warning us about somebody in particular. Because I took it in a literal sense of them warning us about somebody, but it could have just been a hint at what we needed today to crack this code. Does that make sense?
Yep.
It does.
That said, you saw yourself as Tannen Lorig. The man, like the same visual.
Me, but
did Zero see themselves as the same visual as the Tan and Lorig we know?
Zero just saw just a portrait of what looks like to be Tan and Lorig, or someone.
Why would he? Why would he need this? Why would he? No. Is Tannen a fucking changeling?
He could be.
Why would he need this? Have you forgotten what you look like?
Maybe. Oh my god, maybe he is a replacement. Maybe the real Tannen died ages ago, and this is. But that doesn't.
But that doesn't make sense, because if the Tannen that we've encountered knew about this place would not be dusty and forgotten. That's why I thought for a moment that maybe it's not that he abandoned it, it's that the guy that's pretending to be Tannen now doesn't know that this is here. Or if he does know this is here, he doesn't know how to access anything. He's always conveniently only in that warehouse. Not the warehouse, the office.
What if
He never goes anywhere.
What if he's actually Lizard Caldy?
I don't know. She's already.
Go ahead, sorry.
She's already like explicitly outed herself as pretty evil, so like she doesn't need this. Tannen would if he's putting up a front.
Or if the person that's pretending to be Tannen is pretending to be the more harmless of the two. Like they've created a false enemy for us to ally with Tannen over. Tannen's like, yeah, Liz Riccoli, bad. She's a bad lady, and...
But the Tannen that we spoke to didn't even know that his boss was a psychopath.
I know, but I just... Go ahead.
Unless Tannen is some sort of, I guess, spy.
Yeah, I mean more like that. More like he didn't object to anything. He didn't try to challenge anything we said. He never tried to prove us wrong or call authorities on us. I understand it was under the guise of, oh, I'm big fans of you guys, but if he caught wind as Tannen, this person, whoever this is, caught wind that we were suspicious of Liz Riccoli, to give us comfort and to allow us to feel safe enough to tell him everything we knew, he would pretend that Liz Riccoli is the bad guy like we thought. Like, that's how he would have won our trust.
So that leaves one mystery to be solved then.
Because we've never been in the same... Like, not like to say, like, oh, we've never seen them in the room together. We've never seen them in the same room. We haven't. To be fair, we fucking haven't. But also, we haven't been with them, like, at the same time even. Like, oh, Chris is with Liz and, you know, I'm with Tannen at the same time. This could very well be one person pretending to be both of them.
Well, here's the other thing, though. Because we teleported straight from his office to her office, and she was in there.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're the same person. They could be working closer together than we know, though.
I don't want to confront Tannen with this up front because I'm scared that we're going to get the same act. If it is an act, we're going to get a repeat of the same act we've been seeing from Tannen, which is this people-pleasing suck-up who gives us all the right answers and reminds us that he is harmless and would do nothing wrong. I want to, like, we need to spy on Tannen.
You get the widow to do that?
We could, yeah, she's in town.
Interesting.
Yeah, you could do that. I will note that
Yeah,
like
what a shame.
the widow currently is not contracted, but like you told her to go spy on Silverwind, try to get answers on Sylnia to get the answers on that ship. You could also have her go after Tannen, but she should only be in one place at once. So it depends on what information you want.
Is there more rooms in this building, Simon?
You can look.
I want to keep looking.
Sure.
Where is this building again?
So, it's near the Cloud Docks, where Riley's token is currently.
Oh, okay.
Sure. You begin to look around. You see what Claudine saw. There was a hallway, pretty thin, down to the right. You're in the office building that goes all the way down to the end of this hallway, which is the door to the left. Exiting that, there's just a dusty-ass hallway and stairs that go down. There's another room to the left if you're looking down that hallway. That door's closed.
I want to go down that door.
Sure.
I want to be sneaky.
Cool. Make a stealth check. Cool. You're pretty sneaky. Every floorboard beneath you creaks. Every single one, even ones that were quote unquote safe, scream when you like step on them. Not literally, but they may as well be announcing to the whole house, assuming there's anyone in here, that there's someone walking up here.
Are these hallways dusty?
Yeah.
Okay.
And as you do, you're leaving footprints as well. Unavoidable. The dust is so thick that you're just dragging your feet. Well, like, you know, you're going to be picked with dust as you walk. As you get to the door, though, you open it.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, you open the door, and it looks pretty blank. It's a featureless room. There's a window there. It looks out, and you look out and see the world. There is absolutely nothing in this room, yet the scent is strong. It hits you immediately. It's not rot. It's moisture, almost like mildew, but like everywhere. Yet the room is clean. The dust is still there. The windows are, you know, dirty but present. Nothing's on the walls. Nothing's on the floor. No dust marks indicating anything hidden, like a hidden wall that'll drag out or something. But there is this weird moist scent.
You said the room looks empty?
Yeah.
I would like to use... Oh, wait, I can't.
You
I
scried.
scried today, yeah. Fuck. Shit. Can I try to investigate the room to find the source of the mildew? And it's just in this room, right? Like, it wasn't the smell that wasn't in the hallway.
No, there's a threshold even. Like, it stops at the hallway. It's dusty in the hallway, and then it's moist inside.
Yeah, can I investigate the room?
Sure, make an investigation check. Looking around, touching the walls, they seem to be just like plaster. They're white, they're clean. But nothing of note. And again, you're leaving just footprints all over as you're walking over this room too.
If I try to put my hands out and touch anything, there's nothing like I can touch that I can't see.
No. You've investigated like all the walls, all 4 of them, including the windows, any hidden ruins or traps. The windows don't even open. You investigate the center of the room, like spin your arms, try to hit anything visible, high and low. Empty ass room. It's just moist.
And this was the only room left that hadn't been opened?
On this floor, there was downstairs as well.
Okay. I will very sneakily try to get downstairs. Is the hallway too narrow to take out my flying carpet?
If you took out your flying carpet, it would squeeze. You could. You would just be a little taco.
That's fine. I'll do that because I don't like being able to hear me walking.
Okay. Yeah, as you begin to get on the flying carpet and squeeze. As you go, are you going downstairs?
Yes, I want to be sneaky silent. And then as I pass the office where I'm assuming Claudine and Nick still are, if I can make eye contact with them, I'm going to put my finger over my lips just for them to stay quiet.
Yeah, they see the weird situation they're in, and they just go. They nod without saying anything. I'm trying to think if they want to follow you or not. They probably do their investigating upstairs, tracking dust or not. As you head downstairs, initially it's just like a normal house. Stairways lead to a foyer that looks like leads to the front door. To the left is some sort of small kitchen area, and to the right looks like some sort of living room area, fireplace and everything. Yeah, but not decrepit, just old with disuse.
It's still all dusty down here.
Yeah.
I don't know what could be of interest down here. I feel like everything useful would have been in the office. Can I go to all the other areas of like the first floor to see if there's any other areas that are moist?
Sure. Make an investigation check. Okay. Looking at the kitchen area, looks that you're pretty confident it's just a kitchen. Maybe to just keep up appearances of anything. The kitchen attaches to looks like a basement of a kind. That door is locked. The living room, as you're kind of floating around, there is a single couch, kind of this green emerald shade, kind of pretty. Is just staring to the fireplace. There's no other chairs. Not even a table, actually. It's just a couch and a fireplace. There is a dining room area that's attached to the living room, though. That's its own little room. That one is strangely, lavishly decorated. Lavishly. Like, crystal chandeliers, 2 of them either end. The wood is a completely different texture of any other wood you've seen in this house. And there's no dust in here. It is probably the most well-kept room in this entire building. But otherwise, that's all on the first floor.
There's no dust in that room?
No.
Once I enter the threshold of that room, is anything different?
No, not really. It's just kind of there. There's no other doors that lead to this place. It's just the one that connects to the living room.
And there's no dust.
No.
Can I investigate for footprints, fingerprints, anything?
Yeah, make another investigation check. A lot of investigating going on. Okay. No footprints, no fingerprints, no...
We're still young.
Hmm?
No, nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, looking for any evidence, traces of anything. It seems pretty barren. There's approximately 9 like tables set out. Beautiful silverware. Gold filigree and everything. Yeah, like fine china. There's like a fruit basket, like a tray, like a rising like pedestal full of fruit. But otherwise, yeah, well kept.
I would like to say the magic words out loud again.
Okay, beware the silver tongue.
Yeah.
Okay. The room begins to shift. It begins to melt, I guess is the better word. The room and all of its decor and everything begin to melt into ink and just pool at the bottom of the floor. The once like fine wood polished waxen floor is now just a mess of black ink. And you're just in a bare, featureless room. Not even wallpaper anymore. It's just same shape of room, just formless, without purpose.
I'll say it again.
Nothing happens. The ink, interestingly, does not pool into the other room. It seems to stop at the threshold. Like, even if the door's open. But, yeah, you say it again, nothing seems to happen this time.
I'm gonna say out loud, almost to the ink, and see if it hears me or something. I'm gonna say bedroom.
The room begins to shift into fine decor, curtains draping windows that weren't there before, actually, but now they begin to form, and you can form, it seems like the real view of outside. A bed forms out of the black ink that rises into purple and gold. The contrast with the red curtains that are now framing the entire bedroom as well. Like, nightstands show up, a desk, a vanity with a mirror inside. Yeah, a whole bedroom shows up.
I want to investigate the borders of this room,
Okay.
like the corners, the just the edges of it.
Yeah, you begin to like look at the edges and like see if there's anything of note, if anything's coming in or out, any cracks, any ruins. Do a pretty thorough check. It seems airtight. What doesn't make sense as to why it's not pooling out of the room when it's all ink, but otherwise you don't find anything of note at the edges.
Can I use a charge for my truth seer to make an arcana check on this room?
Sure.
I want to know what kind of magic this is.
Sure, make an arcana check. Okay, you try to make this with Truth Seer.
Yeah.
You pull out Truth Seer. There has never been a moment where Elena's library and the candlelight from within has ever been more snuffed out. You're not sure when it happened, you're not sure if this room. Elena is silent right now. More accurately, currently she's not there.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Chat.
What's happening?
Tannen might be a god.
That makes sense why he might be a fan. And why Zal or even Buckhead knows him.
Oh my god.
But which one?
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm We need to leave. We need to go. We need to go. I was going to try to steal whatever magic this was, but the way there's no charms, there's no runes, there's nothing etched into the walls.
How does any of this make sense?
No, we need to go. I would like to try to do one more run through of the house and do a check and see if there's any other secrets I can uncover.
Okay, you checked the... Well, you haven't checked the living room super thoroughly. The kitchen, you're pretty sure is the kitchen. There's still what looks like it'd be basement access in the kitchen's door.
There's a basement. No, I need my party, bro. I'm scared.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to go investigate the basement, I guess.
Sure. Door's locked.
Okay. I've never been more scared to do this before, man.
32. That's godly good. Not enough. You go to jiggle the lock of the lock. It's that same weird, esoteric, eldritch lock you found upstairs that you only just beat the DC of. There is no making sense of this lock. Despite being the same type of lock, very simple. The interior could not be any more different. This is smooth inside. You feel waves and sand inside. You find whirls inside. It gets hot, it gets cold. There is no rhyme or reason to this lock whatsoever. Maybe there's a pattern here. Maybe there's some sort of order to this chaos. Right now, this lock, for the first time in a long time, eludes you.
I'm gonna say out loud the magic words.
The kitchen begins to melt. But just the kitchen. It begins to melt into just puddles of ink.
That's it.
Yeah. The doors stay closed. Yeah, you can try to keep filling with this lock if you'd like to, but that'll take more time. Or you can try looking elsewhere.
I would like to try the lock again.
Okay, make another sleight of hand check. Okay. You go for the lock again. Just really trying to figure this out. The interior is smooth metal. There are no tumblers. Or if there are, you can't find them because they're lost in the myriad worlds contained within the keyhole. Trying to find what the hell's going on with this lock. You get the sense, whatever you just did, as you're fiddling around inside the interior of the lock, you hit something you shouldn't have. You get hit with this overwhelming sensation that now your presence is known.
Okay. I jump on my carpet and I would like to go as fast as I can straight up to the girls.
Okay. As you go up the hallway. Yeah, and you enter the room and the girls are, well, one girl is there, Claudine. She looks at the paper. It's currently there. That's a different guy.
Who's on there?
You don't recognize him. He looks like a kind of rough-looking, almost bandit-looking guy. He has, like, buzzed hair, but, like, patchy. Like, he's balding in different spots, or he's shaven like that. Very rough, square jaw. Like, huge facial scars. But, yeah, that's a man you see.
The paper doesn't budge?
You can try pulling on it again if you'd like to.
Sure, just real quick.
Pull on it, nothing happens. It's just
Okay.
stuck there.
Okay, I'm gonna ask her, where's Nyx?
Other room, I think.
I'm going to grab Claudine and pull her on my carpet.
Yeah.
And I'm going to fly to that room.
Yeah, you fly to the room and Nyx is there. And you hit that moisture barrier for some reason as she's just looking at you, just kind of looking at this room. She kind of smiles wide and she says something to you, but no sound comes out.
I'm going to grab her by the wrist and tug her out of the room.
Yeah, you tug her out of the room. There's space for 3, but it's going to be real slow going. Actually, you can't. It's going to hit the ground. She can scare her along.
That's fine. Once all 3 of us are in the hallway, can I use my teleportation turban to get us out of here?
Sure. Yeah, as you go into the hallway, where are you going?
I will... What time is it now?
It's about noon-ish. Or a little bit past that, actually. For you, that would be... It's closer to like 3 o'clock for you.
Okay. I want to use... I guess if I had to reach in my bag, one of the, what's it called? The bread we stole.
Oh, the
Hardtack.
hardtack. Yeah.
Oh,
I want to use if I need to use a piece of the hardtack to teleport us to the warehouse. I just need something recent.
Sure. As you take the hardtack, begin to focus. You're in the hallway. You're doing this.
Yes.
Okay. You take the hardtack. You begin to focus on that place, that warehouse. You begin to almost smell that musty exterior as you begin to teleport. These shadows envelop you. Then you feel a nudge. Now the finger, moist, flexible, pliable. You begin to teleport, and your destination is clear, and then it gets nudged ever so slightly by a silver tongue as you get teleported elsewhere. You find yourself in a dark room. Dark room. Not the warehouse, which was kind of lit. You're in, like, kind of a dungeon, in a way. The three of you are together. Your gear is still there. You're atop the magic carpet. You're surrounded by this roiling mass of inky darkness below you. And you just see around you no faces, but just mouths, perfectly visible, almost cartoonish in nature, with teeth made of gold and silver, but the tongue sticking out, plated in silver. You hear in this cacophony of voices. Conversation. We will pick that up next time.
party split. Zero in trouble.
Split the party again. We're never gonna split the party again, chat. We're never gonna split the party again. We're never gonna split the party again. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Tannin's a god. Tannin's a god. Tannin is a fucking god. We don't know anything about a silver tongue god, do we?
Nope.
Yeah, well, my guess is maybe some sort of god of deception.
Well, I mean, that kind of explains how he was able to get past our mind reading.
God damn it!
You rolled what is equivalent the equivalent of a natural 20 on a D100. Had you rolled anything lower, that shit would have just been loaded with gold. But
You could have just given me gold. You
Yeah.
could have just given me a really cool magic item. It could have been a good day. This could have been a good session, good day.
Well, the thieves are never going to be found.
What?
The thieves are never going to be found.
What?
And
Us? Or
Yeah.
What do you mean? Because our bodies are about to go missing?
Probably. It depends. We don't really know what Tannen's endgame is. Why is he working with... Why is he doing anything he's doing? I guess Zero gets to find out.
I mean, at the end of the day, whatever it is that Liz Ricaldi thinks she's doing, she has the fucking the laser. So I whatever Tannen's doing goes far beyond just like playing around in a company playing CEO or second in command, whatever. It's like
It's a front.
yeah. God, they always fucking like. Oh, I've heard that quote so many times in different pieces of media where they're like, when there's two, when there's like a big meeting with somebody like scary and in charge, the person who's talking is never actually the person in charge.
Oh my god, he's the one really running the show.
That's what I mean. Like she's a puppet. She's a
Yeah,
fucking puppet.
yeah.
And we've been pointing at her going, she's the bad guy. She's all the
And he's
evil
like,
and
and he's sat there smiling like they don't know.
Yes, going, tell me more. Wow, I had no idea my boss was so scary and evil. She has a laser? That's crazy. Oh my god.
This is good writing.
He's
is
been
what it
playing
is.
the long con this whole time.
Yeah, I have his hair.
He's the king of cons. This is crazy. Fucking scam artist. My dog's sleeping like a cockroach.
Roachin. Let's see. How much?
Fascinating session.
I'll say 4K EXP for everybody, which means you're likely to level up next session.
Yeah, we're gonna prestige pretty soon here.
Yeah, which may be the final prestige level. Actually, I'm gonna make it a final prestige level. Leveling up is gone after this.
All right, no more EXP.
Yep.
Considering we may very well actually fight a god next session, which we've yet to actually have to do yet. Like, as much as we've been fucking with the gods and pissing off the gods, we haven't actually had to fight a god yet. This could be...
Yeah, but we only just found out that he's one, and we don't know what his end game is. He might not want to fight us.
That's true, and he's not, like, a
He
Big
might
Ten,
just-
it seems, so he might not be that powerful, but also, his it's not within his nature to be violent. He doesn't need to be violent. He's good with his tongue, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That's why you
God.
beware it.
This is bad.
Well,